Let's see. We should be live. Let me refresh if it works.
Well, being live is probably better than being dead, right?
Yes. This might be a bit too loud. This one. But hey.
Too, I had a little harder time hearing you over the music.
Yeah, I know, but this was louder than the actual episode, so
But
it's
now
fine.
you sound closer to the mic.
Because I am closer to the mic.
That might explain it. Mystery solved, gang.
Okay, everything seems fine. So, yeah, I'm here. I made some black tea and some white coffee.
I'll have to take your word for it because I can't see you. Instead, I see this YouTube video music with a hat with, I suspect, an L in it.
Yeah, it's Professor Layton. It is a Layton music.
Okay.
I mean, if you open up the same, you can actually see me. Because it is Discord stability that you can't save at the same time to Discord and to YouTube. So, do you kind of remember where we left off? Kind of. There is a lot of trouble in Ponyville.
They were investigating Sweetie Belle. And never got a chance to interview her.
Yep. Never a chance.
The situation with Diamond and Silver actually ended up kind of touching.
Yeah, and we know that they have nothing to do with the case.
Well, they were complaining about their glasses, but then also talking about how much they appreciate each other.
Yeah, this is mostly of. It sounds like this is before they got renamed, but they kinda look like they are renamed at some point.
A little bit. And it probably already happened in the show by now, at that point, so I don't think they considered it a major spoiler to put that in.
So yeah, for people who are gonna be here later on, I have seen up to the middle of season 9 of Mighty Pony. This element of justice is after Twilight on their wings. Wait, do they already have the crystal? Yeah, they already have the crystal throne. So this is what was season 7 when they got the new castle?
Season. The end of season 4.
Wait, it was that before?
Yes, correct. Season 4 is exactly when they started doing that little Keystone adventure thing. So this is after they got the castle, but before they met Starlight again.
Yes.
They probably already met her once.
Yep.
It was the first map mission.
So, we have skipped a little bit of time. I wanted to do this a lot earlier, but my upper neighbors decided that, oh, we are moving away, and new neighbors are coming in, and they are gonna work 3 weeks. So you can't record anything. There was a lot of noise.
And coming soon too, you said something about a new desk?
What?
Coming soon too, you said something about a new desk?
Yeah, that's coming in 1.5 weeks or 2 weeks. So
It does. I'm not sure how much it's going to change from our perspective. We're just facing towards you, right?
yeah,
Maybe the camera will be in a little bit different position.
no, because the height of the desk is around the same, so it's probably will be in the same position.
Okay. And we're getting at the same background too?
I
Because the
mean,
rest of the room's not changing much, right?
not many is changing. Other than Luna being there, right there,
What
in the
are you
background.
going to do with your current desk?
Probably gonna give it away for someone. I mean, some family members might need, so. But I don't actually know yet.
Alright.
So, there should be enough waiting time. Let's actually start the video. It's a 2-hour video with at least a minute of recap. So, I say let's start.
Just a prediction for the rest of you watching later on. I suspect this will be around 3 hours with commentary.
Yeah,
Because
almost.
he plans to do a lot of pausing during the commentary so that we could discuss with each other without missing anything in the video.
Indeed. Because
And, by
there
the
is
way,
a lot of speaking in this. So,
is my volume coming in pretty good over there?
I hope so. Let me actually check. In phone. You might not be able to hear me well from now because I am a little bit further away. Say something.
I already looked back at the video. The volume seems to be just fine.
Yeah, it seems fine. You might have heard yourself twice because I wasn't able to much volume on the phone, but
A little bit. Anyway, let's get started.
let's get started.
When you do, this music will continue or not?
No, we are stopping the music. That was just for the intro.
Okay.
So let's continue each attorney element of justice, Phoenix Wright versus multiple.
Occasionally the video has its own music, right?
Yeah, it has its own music. It might actually be this music as well.
Oh, alright.
Previously on Elements of Justice.
Here's on the Home Shopping Network.
Oh God! They've arrested Sweetie Belle!
I was well aware that Princess Luna planned to accuse me from the very beginning. My husband's job has kept him busier than usual lately. Canterlot had almost become like a second home to him. He had a travel case prepared for
we
every time
established
he had
that
to
she's
go.
probably hiding
It
more
was
stuff.
seized by the police.
What?
We probably established that she's hiding more stuff, and her son wanted to say more, but she sort of silenced him with a glare.
Yep.
Yesterday.
Miss Sugarstamp has already confessed to killing Royal Order.
Royal Order would often come up to Canterlot to keep me company. He was
Oh yeah, there is the stupid miracle shenanigan as well.
Rarity's home! It's been broken into!
They're about to investigate the forest, I think?
Yep. Because it was locked down. But for some reason we are in the Crusading boutique. Oh yeah! Wait, something happened. Someone broke into Crusading boutique. I remember that. That was the last stop.
Come on, guys! We can't slow down now!
I really regret eating all of those cupcakes.
What? Get a hold of yourself,
I
Apollo.
hope they will not make my effort. Rainbow Dash.
Can't run as fast as yours.
Never mind that. We're here
Does
now.
music come from
Guards, surround the
Solid
perimeter.
Snake?
If you see some pony attempting to leave, stop them and let us know.
It might actually be Phoenix, right?
Now, where's Rarity? She has to know what's happening.
I don't know. I don't see her anywhere.
Okay, give me a second. There is something on my floor that I need to figure.
You can full screen the screen if you want to, so we don't see the rest of the videos off the side of YouTube. Or would that?
Ah, yeah, okay.
You could full screen the video, or would that mess something else up?
If I push in the window, it will mess up everything.
Okay, never mind.
I can fix it. Let me just do this. So you can see better. I will need to fix this in the actual theme.
Yeah, sounds like Metal Gear Solid for that music.
Love anything. Live anything. It might be. It can be a little bit bigger. And a little bit up. That's fine, right?
Yep, it appears so as long as all the text is going to be in the screen in the little box there, and I suspect he's going to be right now.
Yeah, it's easier for you to read this time because I'm actually sharing the screen for Phil, so you can actually see where I am at. Because there might be some delay in the video for you guys.
Rarity! This is awful, dreadful, horrendous. To think
This is
I could
the
experience
worst
so
possible thing.
Ms. Rarity, please, you need to calm down.
Calm down! How in Equestria can I be calm after... Wait a moment. Aren't you...
There's no time for introductions. What happened here?
Right. I was still worried about my dear sister. So worried, in fact, that I feared I may faint. I returned home in order to decompress. But after I
Actually,
unlocked
don't
the door
remember
to
those
the
trees
inside,
near our home like that.
I saw that something
I don't think they were there.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is the
Worst possibility!
thing! I happened to be nearby when I heard Rarity scream. When I went to check up on her, she told me to come find you guys while she stayed here.
What?
So what did they
You shouldn't have done
steal?
that, Rarity. What if the intruder had a weapon? You could have gotten hurt.
Well, I couldn't just leave. If I did, they might have gotten away without any pony noticing.
So they are still in there.
I appreciate your concern, Apollo.
Strangely, the
I'll have you know
video's a
I've
little
been
out of
checking
sync with the
out a few
audio.
scrapes myself.
What? Is it out of sync?
Yeah, but that might be because of the video itself, or maybe because of sharing it.
It might be. I don't know. I can't really do anything about that.
Well, there's a dialogue anyway, and actually, I think the dialogue's almost in sync. As in the text.
Oh. It might be that just the other thing then. I mean, they had to sing the lips and everything by their own, so it's a lot of work. These things happen.
I saw it with your little edit stream and your music and dialogue text.
Yeah, that like 2 minutes of music took like an hour. This took probably months.
I can handle a bit of danger. Besides, we're here now. Now, whoever is in that boutique will have to deal with all of us.
Yeah, you've got a point. But you haven't
Who
seen
could
these
be in
videos,
there?
have you?
No, Pony.
Okay, I understand the problem. She's so low for the leave. There's gonna be no one there. And then teleported. We are in a land of magic. They can just leave without actually leaving visibly.
No, the video is proceeding without. Is there a delay with Discord's sharing?
There might be. Let me help out for you. So, so I'm just share.
There's a chance that's normal for Discord.
There we go. You see it now, right?
Well, it says participates without the video are
Were
currently
any of
hidden. Would you like to show them? Alright. Okay. Watch stream. If I click that one. Alright. Got some progress there. I've seen the video.
Okay. I mean, I can do anything more than that's my mini short for.
Go ahead.
the doors or windows unlocked before we got here? Maybe they managed to sneak out that way.
I always lock all my doors and windows whenever I leave home. When I got back here, they were still locked.
Maybe the intruder managed to unlock them with a spare key?
Well, that would be impossible, darling. You see, I have the only key to my residence.
Only key.
And lockpicking would be out of the question, since you would have noticed if any of the locks themselves have been tampered with.
The
Wait.
video's still a little bit off, but it's much better this time. Thank you, by the way.
So, if Rarity has the only key, do you think I can come home when Rarity is not here?
Well, sure, I guess, but you know, if she had more than one key, I could not only can people get into her home, but then steal everything in her shop.
I mean, yeah, but
It's both.
don't they live in the boutique?
Rarity does. Sweetie Belle has her own room, which we actually saw in one episode in the whole series. Just one. We actually saw her house and her room. And that was in the episode Bab Seed.
I mean, it is still in the boutique, isn't it?
Rarity is the boutique. Sweetie Belle just occasionally visits.
Oh.
But her actual room is with her parents.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
But yeah, going back.
But wait.
Yes?
Yeah, the only time you actually see Sweetie Belle's bedroom is in the episode Bab Seed. And there is a pigsty thing nearby in the water, which they were planning to crash the float into.
Wait, there was one other episode where we actually saw her room, right? When Luna was visiting names.
I'm not sure. Well, we saw Scootaloo's room once. Also, when she threw away her scooter into the trash at that point, and then the rest of the Crusaders plus Rainbow showed up to. Wow! Suddenly says watch stream. To click that.
Did it kick you out?
Yeah, it did, but I was able to just click back in.
Oh, okay. So, someone went inside without a key and without breaking anything. It has to be a unicorn.
It might not be the only possibility, but it's the first one that would jump to my mind. I mean, if you just look right through the window, you got line of sight inside the place. Magical alarms would be nice if that exists at all. The only time I've ever seen anything like that was with King Sombra put around the Crystal Heart.
I mean, there is one more. The other stupid birds that that they actually did, and they worked. They were annoying, but they worked.
It would drive Rarity out of her mind, and maybe her customers too, which could also ruin her business. And then you gotta feed all the birds too.
Yeah. I mean, with other alarms, you have to constantly feed them with electricity or magic. So. But yeah, so somebody went in without breaking in. Without a key as well.
What was
What?
How did they know anyone was in there? Is anything disturbed inside her shop?
Yeah, that's why they called.
Okay.
Because the windows are see-through, so they can see that everything is upset.
In that case, telekinesis could do that. If you were able to view through the window, telekinetically lock onto an object with your horn and then just fling things around, that's a possibility without entering the house.
That's a question though. Just like it is work through Windows. The closed windows.
I don't even recall any confirmation on that, but probably.
We have never seen that happening, so we don't know. I mean, it has to be because Takeshy can open the locks from inside the chest. I mean, yeah, she had help, but it is possible. It has to be possible. So yeah, I see. But my guess is there is not gonna be anyone in there. If they
Another
could go
possibility
in,
is, what if there's a copy of the key?
yeah. But if they could go in without disturbing anything, they can go out in the same way.
And what did the culprit seek inside her shop?
Yeah, this is the question.
Gotten inside through any of the openings? How did they break in?
I think the answer is quite obvious.
It is.
It's occurred to you as well, hasn't it, Mr. Wright?
Right.
Teleportation.
If all the doors and windows were locked, and Rarity has the only key, then the only way some pony could have entered the shop would be through magical means.
No, for this objection, there is one more solution to this. If Rarity was sleepwalking. She wouldn't have known. I mean, we know there was the episode when she was kind of taken over by the book. And she, I don't know if she remembers anything that happened when she was influenced by the evil book.
Oh yeah, remember that one.
But yeah, it's probably a teleportation.
Magic manifestation,
Specifically,
something.
teleportation.
Yeah, that's got
Also, yeah, Furnace had teleportation keys in the first one.
Break into my shop! It seems to me the only way we'll figure out why is to investigate the scene itself. Rarity, could you show us in?
Also, that's a stupid question. Why the hell would any phone break into my shop? To steal something? Reality, you are... I wouldn't say the number one, but you are in the top 10 fashionistas of Express here. Why would they break into your shop?
Money or gems, or just the opposite of theft. Plant something in her house.
I mean, if they wanted to plant something, they wouldn't ransack everything. So they are probably searching for something to steal.
Most likely, but if you just wreck the place, make people think they stole something when they actually did the opposite, it'd be a little more hidden, given the evidence that they might have stolen something. But I do think it's more likely that the theft is what happened here, and a hasty one at that.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, wait a minute.
yes.
What was the victim's name?
The victim's name?
Yeah.
Royal Order, I think.
He could teleport, couldn't he?
Yeah, but he's dead. Twice.
Well, yes, but there's clones of him out there. We can't completely write him out of the picture here. And that seems to be a rare skill among the unicorns.
I
But
mean,
we've already established he's one of them.
oh yeah. And I did say in the last episode that I think he's still alive. And nobody is dead. Only the clones.
Yeah, that might be. One of the versions of him might be alive.
And we know that Twilight has the know-how to make a difference between clone and not clone.
Actually, I recall she had trouble with that. She had a conundrum about sending the real Pinkie Pie back to the mirror pole.
And we still don't know if she did.
Yeah, that's a head scratcher there. And a disturbing one at that.
I mean, just getting back to my editing, Pinky didn't forget what she learned. This might be not the same Pinky.
Close enough. Question mark?
Yeah, but in the case of this, they will just figure out what they investigate. Let them investigate.
Of course. If you all could follow me.
Blood.
They must not have had time to clean up after themselves. Just look at this place.
Blood or paint or tomato
That
ketchup.
pony mannequin.
Yeah, noticed that too.
Poor thing.
Maybe spare some sympathy for whoever just left. Look, that's definitely blood.
Are you sure about that?
To think that blood would spill in my own home.
But it's not a whole lot, it's just a few drops here and there.
What have you been smoking, Phoenix? That's not a lot. No, that's actually a lot. If you are going around and spilling blood everywhere, that's a deep wound. Or at least in a bad spot. You said that teleportation is a rare thing and not many unicorns can do it.
Yeah, that's. I've not observed too many that can do it.
Knowing how to do it doesn't mean you always do it perfectly. The mannequin is knocked over. And someone teleported in.
I've observed every single alicorn able to teleport except for Cadence. Heck, even her baby was able to accomplish it. Then there's also, I guess, Trixie, and Starlight Glimmer, and that might be it in the entire show for unicorns.
I mean, yeah. It's in a high level spell, so.
Unicorn / alicorn. Oh, actually, Star Swirl.
I mean,
He's definitely pulled it off.
No, the girl for no magic didn't pull it off at all.
He even flew with magic before. Not confirmed that until the first episode, no, maybe second episode of season 9. But he did it.
So yeah, whoever came in was definitely wounded either before or after getting in.
Yeah, he was probably wounded before he even got in, as you said.
I mean, having blood on the scene is actually pretty good because they can easily analyze it and check who is it from. Even if the culprit leaves, the blood is still there.
Whoever this is probably not interested in hiding evidence.
Very likely. Assuming only one pony was here while Rarity was away, it must be theirs.
But there's nothing sharp in this room from what I can tell. So, how did they get injured?
Matilda said there is nothing sharp in the boutique. How about the 1,000 needles that Rarity has?
Going to see a theme now, right? Because it's from her perspective.
Maybe.
Unless there's a mirror.
Aha! Look.
Huh? What, Sonata?
It's a bit hard to see, but if you look at the floor closely, there are patches of white fur scattered around.
No, Opal!
Whoa!
That's a problem.
See that at all.
Wait. That might be no, literally no magic happening. It might be just Opal. Opal says the cat.
What was the fur color of Royal Order?
It's not white.
Huh?
It's not white.
Alright. Rarities is, Sweetie Belle's is, and you're right, Opalescence. Like, everyone that lives in this room, at this house, has white fur.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Opal has never left. So.
They're gonna think of it, but here's an interesting idea. get Fluttershy in here and start questioning the cat.
Huh.
Then imagine this. The cat is called to the stand in court. And
Wait.
she's just singing meow 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 meow, and then Fluttershy's nodding like, huh? Oh my!
Oh my. But yeah, wasn't there an episode when Opal started throwing the clothes that Rarity was making with paint?
Maybe, but I remember
I
that
really
there was a
remember some problem with that.
Fluttershy's brother was trying to dab paint on it, and they got the cat to do it because he wanted to outsource this thing.
Yeah, probably that one.
Zephyr Breeze is his name.
But yeah, I'm gonna call that nobody came in. This is just Opal's fur, and she got into paint or ketchup or something. But that's not not.
But they can check that.
Clean
Analyze
blend in with
the
floor.
substance.
Wait, I know where these patches of fur came from. They're from Opal. My cat! Where's my kitty? If that ruffian did anything to my little kitty, I will. Oh, Opalescence! Oh, thank
Show
goodness.
us the paw.
Great. Rarity, what's wrong? Opal's clothes. They're covered in blood.
Okay. This seems like Opal is not damaged herself.
Actually,
So-
Opal might be the perpetrator here,
Yeah.
of causing the blood, trying to defend the home.
Yeah, if it is blood, then Opal was just defending her territory.
Yep, from an unknown intruder.
We find out that Opal caught a rat.
This doesn't negate your Opal got into ketchup theory.
Yeah.
I think that explains it then. The drops of blood on the floor, the scattered fur, the knocked over mannequin, and the blood on Opal's claws. Put these pieces together and we get a clear picture of what happened. There was definitely some sort of altercation that occurred here. The intruder must have teleported in, since that's the only way they could have entered. But when they did, they must have startled Rarity's cat. Opal would have attacked them, leading to the intruder knocking over the mannequin and getting scratched. That would explain those bloodstains on the ground and the blood on Opal's claws.
That seems to be the most likely scenario, but of course, that doesn't explain why they would have teleported in.
So they are really set on, yeah, that's blood. Did he actually check it or just so it always had its blood? Because you can definitely tell by actually looking at it if it's paint, tomato, or blood. Because of the taste is very different.
Yeah, at this point it is an assumption, which I suspect they'll later verify.
Yeah, I'm not closing out the opportunity that it might not be blood and there might be nothing happening here.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm gonna keep it in mind too.
Maybe they were trying to steal something?
I mean, that's the only reason why they would come here.
I've scoured every inch of this floor, and I can say with utmost certainty that nothing is missing. Really?
I searched
Is that
high
mean the
and I
intruder
searched
didn't even
low.
teleport in to steal from you?
Either that, or Opal scared them off before they could.
While we're here,
Mr. Wright, is digging through trash some sort of new hobby you've picked up recently?
Huh?
no, this is a really relevant investigation technique.
Yes, because in every other case he had, not just here, but in the games, there was always something in the trash can that was relevant to the case.
Why don't you check their toilets while you're at it then?
Right.
Anyway, look, see what's inside?
Yeah, a bunch of leaves, vines, branches. Not exactly the kind
It
of
seems
stuff
like
that
from
you
the
expect
ever
to see at
paper S.
high-class boutique's trash can.
Certainly not. That looks like the stuff you'd find in some dingy, horrid place.
Dingy and horrid. Very apt words to describe a place I'm sure we're all familiar with.
Yes, it's called Fluttershy Cottage. Nobody says these couldn't come from Fluttershy Cottage, from an animal
Yeah, it
hideout.
comes from there and nowhere else.
Or maybe even from Applejack's orchard. That is there as well. I mean, I guess there are probably no wines, but
Crazy these investigations could get if Discord was involved, because he's a character that exists now around this time period of the timeline.
the problem is, if this guy was here, he would derail the whole investigation with fake evidences.
Given time, I think you'd find evidence of it too, because there would be a pattern to him as well. If you're going to find evidence of him, they'll probably be kind of wacky, like talking apples or something like that.
Yeah. George, I would like to call the set apple number 1.
The Everfree Forest.
Boss?
This has been bothering me for a while, but I think I now have a possible answer. Do you guys remember what happened the last time we were here?
You
No.
mean with Sweetie Belle?
Excuse me, Sweetie Belle, was it?
Yeah?
I've been looking around and I couldn't help but notice that there is something a little unusual in your trash can. An assortment of leaves, vines, and branches. That doesn't seem like the kind of thing Rarity would have collected. Do you have any idea on what that's about?
Yes.
So was there back
You're
then too?
saying Sweetie Belle did this then?
I don't...
So, this had nothing to do with the intruder this time. Because this has been there since then.
At that age, Sweetie Belle would overlook those clues. Inwardly kicking herself like, oh shoot. Should have thrown her outside, maybe.
I don't want to make any rash judgments, but considering what these are, and if we allow ourselves to think Sweetie Belle put them in the trash at some point...
Then that further proves Sweetie Belle was in the forest that night.
I mean, we
Probably
knew that.
not what the culprit in this place was after.
Scootaloo didn't mention anything about Sweetie Belle being there. And I don't remember Sweetie Belle ever leaving home. Well, we're all at Pinky's party that night, so there's no way of knowing what she did until you got back. Which, if I recall, was very late.
Right. I don't remember Sweetie Belle leaving. I wasn't home, but I don't remember her leaving.
Not to mention that she was refusing to cooperate with us when we questioned her. And the cherry on top is the blood found at the statue.
I need to check the fainting couch. That could be useful.
What?
I need to check the fainting couch. That might be useful.
Yeah.
Prove she was in the area.
Oh yeah, they found a Sweetie Belle's
To
blood
get her to
as
talk.
well.
She must know something.
The only way we'll get that to happen is if we gather enough information and evidence to use against her. By then, she would have to tell
Yeah,
us
she
what
wasn't
knows.
forthcoming about her.
It's settled then. Once we feel
Story
like we
before,
found enough
so-
evidence to prove what Sweetie Belle did in the forest,
Yeah, and they have to talk to her.
we'll speak with her.
She may not tell the truth or the whole truth if they do.
Yeah. I feel like that's gonna be a case for Lizzie's powers. He can see when someone is hiding something, and he can make those looks. That's his power.
Whatever she's hiding, she's Sweetie, that is, wasn't comfortable about it. Kind of guessing she's covering for someone.
I mean, she has to be.
Forest? I just thought of something.
What is it?
Hey, Apple Bloom?
Yes, Athena?
I've been thinking. Twilight said yesterday that you may know more about the Timberwolves. They seem to be a big part of this case, so I'd like more information on them. Are they normally aggressive towards ponies?
Yeah?
Yeah. While normally they keep to themselves in the Everfree Forest, any pony who wanders too far in risks getting attacked by them.
Wait. Don't Timberwolves, if they get attacked and knocked out, give us back to just, 6 sideways?
Trying to see where they're going with this, though. The evidence in the trash can could also be pieces of Timberwolf.
Yeah, what if City Man brought back a Timberwolf puppy? Oh, look how cute! It's a little puppy!
Like when my Granny Smith was just a filly, she had to deal with them a whole bunch. But she told me there's a specific way to scare them off.
A specific way?
Huh?
Timberwolves don't like certain noises. It messes with their heads and makes them all jumpy and scared.
I didn't
You make
know about
noise,
that.
You're guaranteed to make them scared.
A certain noise? Like what?
Granny said something about using pots and pans, so I reckon the best noise to make is a loud clang.
Clangs?
So then the clang that happened in the forest.
Just want to get.
That's been some pony's way of scaring off the Timberwolves.
Yeah?
But there were 2 clangs that night, according to Silver Spoon. One of them could have been made in order to scare off the Timberwolves. And we can probably infer that that one was made near the statue, since that's where the Timberwolves were. But where did the other one come from? And why was it made?
I don't know. That's something we still have to figure out.
It seems like this is all we can get from here right now. The police should be here any second to conduct their own investigation.
It's about the
In
second
which
floor.
case, we'd better
Why
move
not?
so as not to interrupt them.
What should we do now?
I suggest heading to the Everfree Forest. We can probably get in there now that Private Eye's returned from Canterlot.
Applebloom, you should probably head home now. I'd imagine Applejack's worried about you. Yeah, I know. I hope you guys figure something out then. I don't like that Sweetie Belle's still trying to keep stuff from us. It's making me anxious.
We'll figure it out, Applebloom. Don't you worry.
Huh?
Huh.
What was that? I know it's locked, but why?
So this is Froggy Bottom Bog. It's so swampy. Well, that's the kind of place it is.
Hey, look over there. Is that Poison Joke?
And an awful lot of it, too. Careful you don't wander into it, Apollo.
Like I ever do that. There's no way I'm risking getting a joke pulled on me. What if it makes me lose my voice?
Huh?
Ah, I see that all of you have made it. Good afternoon, my friends.
Oh, Private Eye!
I'm rather surprised you got here so quickly. I trust you've been making some headway in your own investigation.
Something like that. But it seems like the more we discover, the more questions we end up asking.
Well,
That's how
we
you
should
do
be
it.
able to clear up at least some of those questions right now, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have what we asked to see back in the detention center, Private?
I do indeed. However, I believe it would be pertinent to first show you what we've managed to uncover at the bog.
What you've uncovered?
Helmet?
It's
We
real
found
or
this
not,
rocks
right?
near where the mouth of the river flows into the swamp.
Keep the Poison Joke in mind.
As you can see,
That one might be important. We've got multiple clones here, first of all. And what if one of them stumbled in Poison Joke?
I mean, the Poison Joke has to have something to do with the case.
I suspect so. It even flashed through my mind of what if the Timberwolves stumbled through Poison Joke and There's a part of my mind that's thinking they possibly might be immune because of their
Hmm.
physiology.
I don't even know. Are they immune?
That's not confirmed. It's just a loose theory, actually.
Yeah, but we know that Royal Order was poisoned. That's why he got killed.
Mm,
Because his legs were not as strong as they should be.
okay.
On the right side, there is a distinct puncture. Does it seem familiar to you?
That's the same spot where the head wound was found on the body discovered at the castle.
Precisely, Princess Twilight. But here's
Wait. So Royal Order was hit in the head while wearing an armor, a helmet.
They're saying, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
was
we
not an accident. There is no way that was an accident then.
makes it less likely. That's kind of what the helmet's meant for.
Yeah, because the helmet was not there at the scene of the crime. That's the problem. That's the problem. That he had a scooter handle in his head, but the helmet wasn't on him. So someone tried to frame Scooter. Very much likely. I mean, we obviously said that. We know that already. That someone tried. I don't know who.
another curious observation.
That's blood.
But whose is it?
We aren't sure. At the moment, we are still testing the sample, but it's highly likely it belongs to the victim. That would mean the helmet likely does too.
How come you only found the helmet? Shouldn't the rest of the armor be around here too?
One would think so, but we haven't found any trace of the remaining pieces. Of course, that may be because we are in Froggy Bottom Bog. This is a deep and dangerous mire, and a variety of deadly creatures inhabit these waters. So dangerous is this area that more than a few ponies have lost their lives. But not just to the monsters. If you get caught in the swamp, it is nearly impossible to avoid drowning. We have good reason to believe that the rest of the armor has already sunk to the bottom of the bog, since we couldn't find it anywhere along the riverbed.
I regret asking then.
To think that Royal Order would take his son here, of all places to train him.
Indeed. And the missing armor suggests that whoever killed Royal Order at the clearing likely disposed of his armor in the nearby river before moving him.
Whoever meaning Sugar Stamp?
I'm afraid so, yes.
That can't be right! Aside from the fact that she confessed, you haven't found any conclusive evidence that proves her guilt!
Except they have found conclusive evidence.
Huh?
That incriminating evidence you spoke of back at the detention center, which you found when you were in Canterlot, could you tell us what it is? Huh? Why does he look nervous all of a sudden?
Maybe because it's not that conclusive.
I suppose I can tell you about that. As you know, I had been in Canterlot in order to report all the case's developments to Lawkeeper Equity. After our meeting,
Pause
my
it.
team and I tracked Sugar.
We kind of know one interesting fact about this case is how deeply involved Luna is here. I don't know if that explains his hesitation, but there's a possibility that there's certain secrets she wanted him to keep.
I don't think it's Luna, but the Lawkeeper Equity might be very much inclined.
Okay. Go to Zoom.
A stamp to her home.
Okay.
After we'd apprehended her, we searched her house for clues. We discovered her mailbag, and inside it, the incriminating evidence itself.
What was
And
it?
what was that?
A letter opener. Here. You can see why it is so incriminating.
Human blood.
This is...
Blood. Don't tell me.
We already tested both items. The blood belongs to Royal Order.
And
On top of that,
they are the
the
same
shape
shape.
of the blade
Yep.
matches the hole in the helmet, which makes this letter opener the murder weapon.
I don't remember this meeting though.
This is insane. Could Sugar Stamp really have killed Royal Order? The weapon and bag speak for themselves, as does the blood, but...
But
Hold it! That can't be everything, though!
Trucy!
Come on, Daddy. You know as well as I do that evidence can be planted. All this stuff may tell us how Sugar Stamp may have killed Royal Order, but nothing's told us why.
That certainly was the case before, yes.
but
No.
You're telling us you found a motive when you apprehended Sugar Stamp?
Not quite, Miss Sonata. I can show you what I mean, but I believe it'll make more sense if we move deeper into the bog.
Deeper? Where to?
The mirror pool.
What? Where's the boulder? There was a boulder here. It's gone now.
The one you mentioned yesterday?
I mean, if there was two private orders, the seal has to be gone. That was obvious.
Unless he teleports through it, or finds another way down there. And
Right.
it flashed to my mind if the mirror pool could be useful in a very quirky way for any kind of cooking recipe.
Huh. You can infinite food.
Yes.
The mirror pool
One
would
that
not
I
be
put
so
in the silly
useful for its
entrance.
magical function if you freeze it.
The mirror freezer. Also, what happens if you make ice cubes out of the mirror pool?
Then you might have ice cubes, but I'm not sure if it would do anything else.
Huh.
Oh, is that it over there?
Found the boulder.
Yes.
There, yeah.
That's it.
It's not just a boulder, it's a rock.
And it's covered with some vines too.
It has
When
been
I
here
first
for a
found
while.
the cave,
It was the
it was
brother
already
of
open
Tom.
like this. My team and I didn't really think much of it. But if this boulder really was originally on top of the cave,
Then it's just as we thought. Royal Order really did come here to clone himself. He must have been the one to move the boulder.
At any rate, you said you could show us Sugar Stamp's motive, Private Eye.
I did. Right this way, if you would, please.
So this is the mirror pool. Kinda underwhelming, actually.
What did you
What were
expect?
you expecting? Actual mirrors to show up?
No, yes, I don't know. Something more than just a pool, I guess. This is Equestria, after all. I wouldn't have thought that the name could be so conventional.
Never mind the naming conventions. Private Eye, what did you want to show us?
Well, my team hasn't uncovered a great deal. I did want to follow up on your earlier request regarding that travel case. We've finished our examination of its contents and have left it here for you to see.
But what does this have to do with showing us Sugar Stamp's motive?
Have a look.
I can already see without actually showing us. There is a photo inside of the mother, the father, and the son. You see it too, right?
Oh,
But there might be more to that photo.
And I believe you'll discover what I mean.
If you move your
alright.
mouse around, I won't be able to see it, right?
No.
Toothbrush, towel, that same family photo. So far, nothing really all that relevant. Huh? Wait, what's this? Some kind of letter?
What's it say, Athena?
I
Dear
see it
Royal
from
Order, I
Shirasam.
really can't begin to express how grateful I am
for everything that you've done for me. I've always known you were a noble soul, but somehow you managed to just keep surprising me. All those extended stays in Canterlot you've made, just to be with little old me. Oh, it's enough to make a mare swoon! It's a shame, though. I know you have your duties back home, but still, it hurts whenever you have to leave. I wish you never had to. Our time together, it means so much to me, and I know it means so much to you too. At least, I like to think so. But then you had to go home for Hearts and Hoofs Day instead of spending it with me. I know, you can't stay away from them forever. Sometimes you're just too noble for your own good, you know?
Was I actually right that he was two timing? He had his family, but he was with Shirasam when he was away.
There's the cloning issue too.
Yeah, this is why he might be wanting to clone himself, so at least one of
And
them
I'm
can be
thinking,
in
so
the
yeah, that's the
family.
best way to be in two places at once if you had to do it.
Yeah, but for now, we can see no reason for Shirasam to kill him. If, for other reason, he would have attacked the mom. Not the one she loves.
And while it's highly likely it is the case, is it really Sugar Stamp who wrote this letter?
Yeah, we may see. There's probably some incriminating later.
But I do hope you don't stay away from me for much longer either. Come see me as soon as you get the chance. I miss you already. Love?
Sugar Stamp?
Sugar Stamp?
Who would have guessed?
No way! There has to be some kind of mistake! Royal Order wouldn't... Sugar Stamp wouldn't...
Okay, the question is, did he do time, or did Shirasam misunderstood? And he was just visiting her to be friends. Then it might make sense why the reason.
I'll tell you what, Bonbon's certainly been here because I've seen clones of her all over the place.
Yeah, there are multiple mumbles.
Besides that, it'd be useful to her too. She's a spy. So having more of her could be more useful to the Order, especially if they were otherwise understaffed. It also could be explaining why Bonbon had multiple voices throughout the show.
Who knows, it might be just an android. Not even a phone. But yeah, we have a means to actually make copies, so it's not out of the pool.
Would she...
You know what?
There's more.
Has it ever been established that the mirror pool can copy objects too?
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't. Pinky wasn't wearing anything else
Yeah.
while she dove through the pool, so that's not established. But just pretend for a second she was wearing a necklace and then went to the pool. Did the clone have a necklace too?
I mean, maybe? We don't know.
It may not be pertinent to the case, but that's a curious potential anomaly there.
Look, it's some kind of journal. It must have belonged to Royal Order.
What's it say?
Probably
Looks
lots
like
of
only the
things.
first few pages have been filled out.
Hopefully it's not stupid enough to write in it that, oh, today I went to meet my other girlfriend.
The culprit is the following.
February 10th. Meet with Sugar Stamp.
I mean, that could be just a friendly gesture, still.
This day, right now, the story's taking place is February 14th and still Hearts and Who's Day?
It might be the next day, but probably the same day. Yeah, this is when he
They
was
just said it
dead.
earlier, so this if the the journal's not lying here, this only occurred 4 days ago.
Yeah. Probably here.
February 11th, Canterlot Library. Research duplication magic. If no success, tell Sugar Stamp I must stay with my family.
There's
Oh.
motivation.
If
And
no success.
He or in that journal, he was attempting to make a clone very recently. Just keep note of that. It never happened prior to that point. Up to February 11th, Royal Order was still just one pony.
Yep.
February 12th. Locate Mirror Pool. Perform cloning spell. And meet Sugar Stamp at Everfree Forest Clearing, 10:10 p.m.
I could have accomplished it that day.
Yeah, this all makes sense for now.
Private Eye?
Before you ask, yes. We confirmed that the writing in this letter matches Miss Sugarstamp's, and the writing in the journal matches Royal Orders. I checked and double-checked that one personally.
So this is what it's been all about. This is what he was trying to do that night, and why he had been away from home a lot more than usual.
Wait. Does this actually mean he definitely succeeded? That was true of him. But if he succeeded, there was no reason for Sugar Stamp to kill him.
Yeah. And you know what? This is not really cheating, right? You're still with your family, and you're not exactly responsible for what your clone does.
You know what's the problem though?
What?
The clone has the same feelings as you. It might have been an infighting between him and himself.
According to the one portrayal of this particular pool, the clones have very imperfect memory of the original.
Yeah, but what if most want to be with Sugar Stamp, or most want to be with the family?
He probably wanted to be with both of them, so whichever one the clone is with, the clone might be fine with that.
Isn't the problem
Tell you
with
what,
clones?
another issue is if you got a clone and he never died, and you really want to be with both of them, why don't you just switch places every so often?
I mean, yeah, but still, there is no reason. But wait, you said the clone has imperfect memory.
Correct.
What if the clone went to meet Sugar Stamp, and because of the imperfect memory, he would say, "Oh, the cloning didn't work. I have to stay with my family." That would give a reason. Yeah.
There's a possibility. I mean, but another bigger clue that you encountered the clone is he goes to Sugar Stamp and calls her Sugar Dice or something. The name is what they screwed up.
Oh. I mean,
Unless Applejack changed her name to Apple John or Applesauce.
hmm. I
And I
mean,
think there
she
is an
knows,
applesauce out there.
Kurosam knows that he has a family. And she is friends with the family. This is
She
the
may
problem
not.
here.
She may not have known about the clone, though. He may never have told her that. And it might even still be true that she never knew about that plan from Royal Order.
Yeah, this is the problem that he was about to tell Kurosam after the cloning.
Probably. Except the clone may have imperfect memory.
Yeah.
He was having an affair with Sugar Stamp. Obviously, he couldn't let his family know, but it looks like he also didn't want to choose between either her or Fair Devotion. And that's why...
He cloned himself so that he could be with them both.
Oh, I wonder if they're ever going to collect part of the mirror pole as evidence.
They probably won't. They will probably take a photo or something going first.
Or how about this? Take a sample of it and put it in a squirt gun.
Ah,
Really put on some mischief.
but yeah, this is in the very moral gray area. Even if you clone yourself to be with most, it is kind of still cheating. Because this is not how feelings work. You can be like, okay, I'm gonna be with a family, and my clone is gonna be with the other one. Yeah, that's fine. But then you will still have feelings for the other one. The feelings are still gonna stay.
Yeah. Now, legally, I believe it's very similar to suddenly having an identical twin. Um, but you share your memories together. Granted, one of them may have imperfect copy of it, but every single second and iota of their memories before the splitting process is completely identical, except it might also be more spotty for the clone. No contradictions is my point. They're not going to remember being raised somewhere else in their life.
Also, the clone cannot wed to Sugar Stamp because he already has a son and a wife.
Since the clone has imperfect memories, they can also have imperfect skills, imperfect casting of spells.
I am looking young. No, I don't. Hi, Koala.
Pinkie Pie's clones seem to be perfectly capable of breaking the fourth wall or breaking physics, and I wonder what would have happened if they tried their hoof at baking.
Oh
Maybe they
no.
would have done it. It could have done it just fine on instinct, if nothing else. But that's not confirmed.
Yeah, my friend is talking a lot. We are friendly talking to this whole case. There's gonna be a lot of talking from most of us.
Yeah.
Especially because we are talking about clothing. And that is a theme like what is it called? Time travel. Which you can speak a lot of.
What we're talking about now theoretically could have been part of the minds of anyone who's watching this show, now or later, or before.
I don't actually know. Quill. Koala is asking if you like Beyblade.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, he hasn't seen it. That's your answer. So he doesn't know.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty neutral there, though I got the feeling it's kind of boring.
I mean, in real life it would be. I mean,
Is it just
no,
about-
wait. There are actual real life tournaments in Beyblade.
Is it basically about some kind of sport? Maybe volleyball or something?
Oh, no, you don't even know what it is. Oh.
No?
No, it's basically spinning tops.
Okay.
That's
Right.
it. That's it. It's spinning tops.
Let's
Right.
continue. Sounds like dreidels.
Yeah, we got the panda. And the whole table case. What about the scarf though?
Then why would Sugar Stamp kill him? If he succeeded, wouldn't this have meant she'd be with him forever?
Maybe.
Yeah, this
not
kind of gives
even
him
that was
her
enough.
the opposite of
What
a
do you
motive to kill him.
What?
This sort of gives her the opposite of a motive to kill him.
Yeah, and this is a demotivation.
Look at the letter that Sugar Stamp wrote. She sounds kind of possessive of Royal Order.
Still, Athena is not right at all here. Because she would have a full royal order for herself, so
I'll only say a little possessive of Royal Order in the letter, but not enough to kill him.
if she was possessive, then she wouldn't kill her. Kill him.
Yeah, she was grateful to him. That equals murder? I'm gonna do you a favor too. Stab.
I can see her saying that, okay, now I want both of you to be with me, then. I can see that happening, but not killing him. Timer is not adjustable. Nope.
Yeah.
Maybe to the point that she couldn't bear the thought of having to share him with any pony else.
But the clone? It may not have been Royal Order.
I think this case is
Or at
not
least-
either not encountered the culprit or this was an accident. All the way through.
Yeah. Also, back to the Lord copies. What if the copy didn't like Sugar Stamp? What if the emotions are very much different? They are actually just a copy of the original, but they don't have the same emotions. They don't have to have the same emotions.
They have not verified if he only made one copy as well. They know that with the miracle, they could just keep going with that. I don't see the motive for Royal Order yet, but it's potentially possible.
And yeah, Cora, I noticed that you said the words on my t-shirt, because I'm pretty sure you don't even know who Primal is.
Not the one that Sugar Stamp wanted. The clones aren't perfect. They lack the
There we
memories
go.
of the original. We can't know now which was which, but
Even if she got to stay with the original, the fact that he cloned himself at all would only serve as a reminder that, when it came down to it,
What does it matter which was which? They are both dead. Are they? Is the question. As you said,
So
there
far,
is...
yeah. If there's a third one, that one might be alive, or fourth, and so on. But we've confirmed 2 deaths, right?
Oh my god. You might be actually right that he was like, yeah, I can decide, so I'm gonna send 2 of my copies, one to the family and one to Sugar Stamp, and I'm just gonna stay here.
Say there was like 3, because we got 2 dead, right? But one of them stumbled to Poison Joke, and then kind of got twisted with bad memories on top of that.
I mean, we know what happened to Pinkie Pie. What if the clones showed themselves as well? Oh, I can choose either. Oh, I can choose either. Oh, I can choose either.
Well, we already know that. The clones can make clones if they wanted to.
Yeah. So we don't know if the original is still alive, or how many clones are still there.
Here's a really twisted thought too, because I think we've seen one Pinkie Pie still alive in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Now, here's another thought to boggle your mind. What if that version of Pinkie that you saw in Manhattan at that point was a mother? To a stallion we never saw because that occurred off camera.
That would be no problem with it.
What would you call that to the original Pinky then? Should you call her the mother or the aunt? Aunt probably closer because a clone is now basically your identical twin that is someone else's life. You share extremely close genetic with that person, and what memories they do have also matches up to the point of the split. So they're related to you up to insofar as that. But if Pinky encountered full of a copy of her, genetically speaking, I'd probably call that the niece, nephew, and aunt.
Yeah, I would call this nephew aunt as well. Mainly because they are not perfect copies. So there might be genetic differences as well.
It occurred to me that there could be genetic problems too. We already know there's memory problems, but could there be something off about the biology as well?
Yep.
Pinky's clones looked physically identical, and they kind of had her abilities too, to grow fingers, to change their face, all that stuff.
I mean, we will never know with Pinky because never questioned her or her clones.
Yeah.
She will question us.
Let's continue.
He couldn't choose her over his family. He had to make two of himself and give her one, rather than give himself all to her. And as a result, she may have killed him.
There is no reason for that, Athena.
It's strange. I don't doubt my reasoning, but if it's true, why couldn't I detect any of this when we were talking to Miss Stamp earlier? She sure didn't sound possessive or bitter to me.
I don't think that's a good enough of a motive here.
Wait.
Stamp should be grateful instead about what happened.
He didn't sound possessive or bitter. And Athena has ultrasound hearing, so she actually hears the emotions of others. Not sure Stamp know that her owner is still alive. If she did, then there would be no reason for her to say that, okay, I killed him.
If Sugar Stamp made a clone of herself too, then one of them could take the fall for this case to sidetrack everyone else, and the others live happily ever after.
You know what? I was about to say the same thing. I thought the same thing, that she made a clone as well. To get out of Freecon.
You cannot deny that. Now the mirror pulls in the equation, there's all kinds of things that could happen because of it.
Yeah?
These investigators can make copies of themselves right now if they want to.
I mean, if one of them is dead and other is in jail, no one can search for them if... Oh, where did they go? Maybe he actually chose. Maybe he actually chose Sugar Stamp. And with this way, he could actually get away from his family without actually leaving them.
Let's continue.
There's one other item I wish to show you.
Uh-oh.
It's about the anonymous tip that led to Turning Page's arrest.
You mean you have it?
I do. Here it is.
What the? It's in magazine cutouts too?
Yep.
What's it say, boss?
It says, Turning Page is the one who killed his father in the Everfree Forest? What?
Private Eye, you said this letter had been under strict examination. Have you discovered who sent it?
Not quite, Miss Sonata. Everything we've uncovered has been circumstantial at best.
We have seen a magazine and a trash can.
Yeah?
And the wife's house.
the text here on this paper is that's where it could have come from.
Yeah.
However, we now have reason to believe that the true killer mailed this to the police in order to frame Turning Page.
No pony saw it being dropped off, though.
I'm afraid not. It was placed outside the entrance to the Ponyville police station without any pony noticing. It was around 4:45 when a pair of officers brought it in. I doubt it could have been there for long. We were unsure if it could even be trusted until we started our inquiries.
Inquiries?
Hmm.
Well, since the letter claimed that Turning Page was in the forest, we decided to ask Zakora if he was. She confirmed that she saw him. As you will recall from today's trial, Turning Page was subsequently arrested on suspicion of involvement. When we questioned him, he also confirmed that he was in the forest. As a result, we assumed that the anonymous tip was legitimate. And so, Turning Page was indicted for the crime.
But now that Turning Page has been found innocent,
Then the next matter was to discern the true author of this letter. Sadly, we haven't made much progress. But
So all of the time, every time they indicate someone of the murderer, first of all, it was his son, who had no reason to kill. It was his wife. No, it was Nekura. It was Jurasam, who was in love with him. It was Shutaru, who had literally no reason.
I could almost accuse the wife because she is hiding something. However, why would she try to frame her own son?
Yeah, that's the problem here. Yeah, I was thinking about that
Otherwise, it adds up. Because she does have a motive against actually Sugar Stamp, not her, and maybe even her husband for sort of cheating on her. But not frame Turning Page. That really doesn't add up.
Oh god, I'm thinking of something. Remember when Sugar Stamp is like, yes, they are like family to me. They are friends. They are friends. They are very much her best friend, the wife. That's why it was hard for her because she's in love with the with her order.
Unless the wife's personality got reversed because of poison joke.
Oh yeah, the poison joke. Oh, that's a big indicative. I kind of forgot about that.
Uh-huh.
But I can see the reason why Sugar Stamp would have said that. Okay, I get him. There is one and one only reason other than actually killing him. She knows who the culprit is, and she's defending them.
Similar story to Sweetie Belle, in fact.
No, not Sweetie Man. She's defending the wife, who is her best friend.
Well, Sweetie knows more than she's saying too, and she is keeping it to herself with a guilty look on her face.
Yeah. He might have witnessed what happened.
Worried too. Yeah, go ahead.
But because of what you've uncovered regarding Sugar Stamp, you believe she's the true sender.
it's still circumstantial, but yes. She was in Ponyville on the day the letter was delivered, after all.
Yeah, so has every pony else in Ponyville.
Well, it just makes everyone who was not in Ponyville innocent of sending that letter that day. So you got more people who are not suspects than they are. You narrowed it down to one town. Congratulations.
Huh. It was Nerfy.
Oh yeah, she was scheming that whole time because Royal Order took her muffin or something.
Right. That was when she gave Athena and me our badges.
Moreover, if it's true that she killed Royal Order for the reasons you've concluded, then this tip would be her attempt to further punish him for not choosing her over his family. He hurt her, so she hurt his son.
So, you want Sugar Stamp to be a yandere? I don't think that's right. I'm 90% sure that she is not that
If
kind of
she's tried to
productive.
accuse Turning Page before, why confess to the crime now? Like, why
Yeah.
did she suddenly change her mind? If he was right, then she should be espousing her innocence and keep on accusing Turning Page or somebody else
Yep.
that she's angry at.
I mean, if Royal is already dead, then there is no reason to continue punishing him because he will not get anything out of it.
Sins of the father.
Or see, if the wife killed him, then I can see why Sugar Stamp would take the blame to.
It's
Yep.
weird that this tip
So
was
the mother
never
doesn't
really
go down,
cut
and
out.
therefore Turning Page doesn't lose his mother. That's a favor to Royal Order.
Yeah, I feel like it is to defend the wife.
I wonder. Mr. Wright found that magazine in Diamond Tiara's house. I know Private Eye believes Sugar Stamp sent this, but could it have been Diamond Tiara instead? If so, then why? The more I think about it, the more I realize how complicated Royal Order's relationships were.
Athena, have you ever thought about Diamond here having parents who are living in the same house, who can throw trash into the same trash can?
Yeah, not all of them are family either. They got servants that are working at least. I established at least one. And I even know him by name, Randolph.
I mean, if they went back there, get the magazine, and compare which letters are missing, and compare it with the other letter that they sent, they can easily tell if they cut out the letters.
Yep. I'm waiting for them to think of that.
His son adored him, but didn't get to spend as much time with him as he would have wanted.
But once again, even if they found out it was cut out from that magazine, that doesn't prove anything, because anyone can throw the trash out.
Who's him in this sentence? His son adored. Who is him? For Turning Page.
Turning Page is him. Wait, no. His son, not him. So it's Royal Order.
The term "his son" is referring to Turning Page, unless Turning Page has his own son.
No, it's Royal Order, the father who died. And
So,
he is Royal Order's son.
So change his son to Turning Page and him to Royal Order.
Yeah.
Okay. Turning Page adored
His wife
Royal
had a-
Order.
Yes.
Complicated relationship with him. And now Sugar Stamp. Wait. There's one more relationship at play here, isn't there? Back during the trial.
He certainly was the epitome of a royal guard's pony. His death will surely echo a great sense of loss for both his country and those close to him.
Wait. I wanna see who is in the background here.
I think he got more OCs to the left.
Yeah, the OC is in the left and original and normal characters in the right.
Yep.
Oh, I see the little happy time pony. I don't know the others. I obviously know the people. I don't know the others. They are probably the voice actors. By the way.
Okay.
Private Eye, I have a bit of an odd question for you.
Oh? What is it, Miss Sykes?
It's just, you knew Royal Order, didn't you? Personally?
That is an odd question. What makes you think that?
When you were talking about what his death would mean during the trial, you sounded far more sorrowful than I'd expect from the lead investigator. And just now, you told us you were the one who checked over the writing in Royal's journal, almost as if you had a personal reason to see to that task specifically. I am almost certain of it. You two were friends, weren't you?
Yeah, we were friends until he tried to steal my wife. Seriously. No, it's not going there.
I am not going to suspect Private Eye as the culprit, but my God, could he mess this case up badly if it was true?
Yeah, he is definitely not the killer. No, he had nothing to do with.
If he was, you know how much evidence tampering he could do in that kind of position?
Yeah, he can change every evidence or hold back.
Or omit some or plant some. He can mess this thing up so badly if he was the culprit, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't think the story is going to go that way.
I hope it doesn't go that way.
In fact, the current direction is probably correct. If anything, he'd probably defend him. He's the friend.
Yeah.
He's admitting to it right now.
You know what? I think he actually knew about his friend's misstepping to sugar stamp.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct. Royal Order and I went to the same school when we were foes. Celestia's School for Gifted Unicorns.
There you go.
He learned teleportation, huh?
Yeah.
It possibly means Private Eye could do that too.
That's what I want to say.
Which would be useful to an investigator. I'm sure there's other spells that could help too. Like, do you remember Rarity's gem finding spell?
Yep.
What if you could do that with evidence?
Evidence finding spell.
Or blood trail. Or just something like a specific substance you think could be useful to the case.
I mean, yeah, tracing is very good.
Those kind of spells can come with all kinds of neat, nifty tools.
I mean, that is actually a skill in The Witcher. It is one of the most useful skills to have when investigating, so...
Of course, if you ever encounter the culprit, it'd be nice to be able to know to defend yourself. Like shooting hornbeams or shield.
Or shooting shield. I mean...
Captain America.
Didn't they do that? I mean, when Twilight and Starlight were fighting?
Shooting a shield?
Yeah, I really remember expanding the shield to dispel repel.
Yeah, that only happened one time, and specifically Starlight did that, where she had her shield explode throughout the whole library.
So yeah, it is possible.
Probably is the only time I've ever seen a defense used offensively like that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Unless you have another point.
Wait, that school? The same one I went to?
It would have been long before your time, I would imagine. You were the top of your class, I presume?
No.
Yes.
No.
How'd you know?
No. Twilight was never on the top of the class of magic. He was very bad at magic before Spike. Before the Rainbow.
Guessing he's implying now that Private Eye and Royal Order is older than Twilight, therefore went to an earlier year of that school.
I mean, Royal Order had a son. who is much as old as Susaru and
And
Crusading.
Twilight doesn't, though she's probably capable of it by now.
Yeah, by now she definitely has to be.
Hmm.
If she was not taking moves and other stuff. I actually wonder if she actually finds someone at one point.
I think I wrote it somewhere, at least as a theory of a character who said that a unicorn might get a scholarship to a place like the Gifted Unicorn School, but in exchange you sign something that says you're going to serve X number of years as a royal guard.
Oh.
Because those skills you learn in the school could be useful in protecting the princess and the castle.
But yeah, it's just like in Hungary when you go to university and you have to say the same. You get the scholarship, but you have to stay in the same country for the same year after finishing.
Yeah, there could be all kinds of deals like that. I once tried to apply for a job to drive a truck, which requires a special license, at least in the United States, called A class or commercial license, because you're transporting commercial goods. It is
Oh.
extremely expensive to get a hold of that license, about $10,000, and that was over a decade ago. However, there are some jobs that would pay for the education to that license, and in exchange, you serve a certain number of years using that license at their job.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Which is fair, right? If you cannot get people hired because everyone is barred because of the license issues, then the job could help supplement that by getting a guaranteed employee, temporarily paying a big chunk of change to get them in the job, but maybe recollect it through the work later on. Like a certain percentage of their check is going to repaying their debt as a result of getting the license. Then, say after 5 years, they're totally paid off the debt of acquiring the license. Now they don't have to stay with the job, but if they do, they'll get paid more because they no longer have the debt.
And also, they were for this company for like 5 years,
Yeah.
and they probably get paid more already. So they might try to stay.
So you can see the benefit on both sides, both for the potential driver and the company. Anyway, the similar situation could be occurring here with the School of Gifted Unicorns graduating over to the guards. I
Yeah.
could potentially see this happening with Shining Armor as well. It's very likely he had potential access to that school, and what did he do with it? He went straight to the guards after that, and eventually to the captain of it.
I mean, Shining Armor wanted to be a royal god. We know that.
He was good with magic. He created a shield over the entire city. So it's not. I don't think it's absurd to believe he also went to that school, but he was probably not the top of his class.
Yeah,
He might have
he
been good,
specializes
great.
in shields.
Right, he was great with certain spells, while Twilight could have been at least a little bit good in everything.
Yep.
Plus knowledge. And
But
she's
yeah.
also scholarly too. Yet another thing I think she has over her brother, because I don't believe Shining has nearly that much scholastic knowledge.
They have different skill sets. That's why the brotherly and sisterly rivalry was still at the loose.
Different skill sets and different cutie marks means different destinies. Except they shared the royal destiny, that, as it turns out.
One is the princess, the other is the prince.
Right.
But yeah, let's continue. Let's see.
Yeah.
Quite simply, it has to do with your bearing. You carry yourself in a way that suggests you are academically gifted.
How did you know I was good at magic? I don't know, maybe your wings?
I carried myself in a similar fashion during my school days.
So that must mean you were also a top student.
I was. And Royal Order, though perhaps not always willing to apply himself in his studies as I was, did his best to support me. We became fast friends. But, as with all things, our lives changed. We eventually had to go our separate ways. Royal Order graduated.
They both
and
kind of
moved on
worked
to
with the
becoming
law,
a
though.
cadet.
I mean, they knew. But Private Eye goes from place to place. He is a detective.
As
While,
rare as you ever see them, police officers exist in this world. Guards are on a very similar line of duty, but I would say a private investigator is just a step off. They also work for the law, but they do it in a different way.
yeah, they are private for reason.
Trying to gather the evidence for the law to
Yep.
figure out what really happened.
I mean, not always for the law. Private investigators are, as in the name offers, they can gather information for other party.
Be
And they
hired
pay.
for private clients.
Yeah.
Okay. What is it? Then it's called police detective. Would be a detective specifically and only for the police.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know if he's a private detective or just a detective. His name is private, but he might not be a private detective.
Well, yeah. He only looks at private things.
Yep.
The Royal Guard. Meanwhile, I chose to become an apprentice at the Equestrian Bureau of Intelligence.
Oh. He's an FBI agent. Or EBI.
Equestria Bureau of Investigation. That's what I'm thinking that is.
Of intelligence, yeah.
In fact, it says right there, actually.
So basically, he's an FBI agent. He's not just a detective.
EBI for short.
EBI for short.
Yep.
The Equestrian Bureau of Intelligence?
It's Equestria's premier intelligence agency, assisting in handling all sorts of criminal activity. The head of the agency was actually my mentor.
Bonbon might
He's
be a member of
considered
it.
a legendary detective in law enforcement circles. Intensely driven, no other pony I've ever met has matched the sheer scope of his investigative prowess.
Who is that?
Working with him was a supreme honor, and perhaps one of the hardest things I've ever had to do.
Really? Why's that?
Let's just say he didn't earn his legendary status over simple ten-a-penny mysteries and easy detective work. It is barely an exaggeration to say he worked me to the bone to earn my place there at the agency.
You must have been quite busy then.
I don't know if it will be a Professor Layton reference or not. Because I have not played all the Layton games.
You gotta think, too. As Private Eye grew up, did his parents ever dare to question what might he be when he grows up? Because you named him Private Eye. There's a hint there.
I mean, no, we know that in Equestria you can change your name after you get your
Yeah,
talent.
that did happen a few times. It happened with the Mrs. Cake.
So yeah, he might have had another name before.
Way, it
Even
happened to
what-
Pinky too. Pinkamena Diane Pie to shorten to Pinkie Pie.
I mean, she didn't change her name per se. And just shortened it.
Yeah.
Royal Order try to keep in touch.
We did, though a law enforcement officer's duty never ends. And though Royal Order's duties frequently occupied him, we both tried to meet up on occasion. I also had the pleasure of meeting his wife, Fair Devotion, a few times, whenever she'd come up to Canterlot
Thank
to
you, I
visit
forgot
her
her name.
husband.
Yeah.
So she does know him then.
And when was the last time you saw Royal Order?
That would have been the night he was killed. He'd been in Canterlot, as you know, and I caught him just as he was heading home to Ponyville. Of course, I couldn't have imagined what would happen next, but Even so, if I had stopped him for even a moment longer.
Don't worry, Private Eye.
Miss Sykes?
We'll bring Royal Order's killer to justice, no matter who that pony may be.
Yeah, this is gonna be harsh reality check later if we find out that he was the one who killed the clones. Wait, what? What is it if you kill your own clone? Is it murder?
As I mentioned this before, I think in a show that you may not have seen, a situation like that did occur. I don't even think it's called a big spoiler either, because you wouldn't know which episode it is. That did occur in Deep Space Nine, where a certain character, to frame another person, killed his own clone. When that evidence was discovered, the real culprit was arrested, and the constable said, "It's still a crime to kill your own clone."
Oh. Yeah, because they already have their own life.
Now, to answer your question a little more closely, you'd have to look closer to the equestrian law. Likely the answer is yes, but I don't know that for sure.
I mean, to be sure, even suicide is out of the law, so...
It could also be they don't have a law for that because they never thought a situation like that would occur. This mirror pool right behind them is not an everyday situation, except for all the Bonbon clones out there.
Yeah, but they are very good at blending in, because they actually
Yeah, they are,
spies.
because they have that training. Even if they're broken memories, what memories they do have is all about sleuthing and blending in, and voice changing and all that stuff.
Yep.
I even seen a Bonbon clone with wings. She was part of a Hurricane Fluttershy episode.
Oh. And there you go, there is a change of the genetics.
And yeah, there's a mutation. Unless Bonbon was a changeling the whole time. But shoot, if she was, then she could come up with way better disguises. Because if you're going to make clones of yourself plus you're a changeling, then change each individual clone's form so that they could really blend in.
What if the original Bonbon was actually a Leprechaun and the miracle couldn't copy perfectly?
There you go.
Royal Order was my only friend, really. Both as a child and as an adult. If there's anything more I can do to help, just say the word.
Please?
We'll keep that in mind. Stay strong, Detective.
Thank you, truly.
Well, we get other friends too.
Good luck to you all.
Kind of the thing around Equestria.
I suppose that more or less confirms it. Sugar Stamp likely is our killer.
No, it doesn't confirm it at all.
She seems so nice. Was it all just one big lie?
And going as far as to incriminate Turning Page, even if it makes sense, she must have seriously hated Royal Order. Or loved him to the point of hating him.
But what about that anonymous tip? Sure, Sugar Stamp could be the one to have sent it, but it's still highly suspect that no pony saw her do it.
Not to mention it was made from magazine cutouts. I'm sure you noticed it too, Athena.
Yeah. They reminded me of the one we found in Diamond Tiara's house.
Wait, what magazine?
You can't match handwriting with cutouts. That's something to keep in mind there. If the person who sent the letter with the cutout letters is a culprit or really trying to hide something, that's one way to do it. You get something else that hides your handwriting, or hoof writing, or horn writing, whatever it is.
Most hiding.
Look, if it was Pinky, then I could also say tail writing.
Or mane
She's quite prehensile with that thing.
Yep.
She can morph it into a freaking drill, because Pinkie Pie.
Also, we have to remember that this is actually a multiple magazine that they somehow got from the human world.
You know, Pinky could have gotten to the mirror pole by bypassing that rock. Because thanks to her remains, just drill right through the ground.
Yep.
Which brings my point that it's not the only possible entrance.
It might not be, but they use this one.
Yeah, I doubt it's the case here. Just mention the possibility. Go ahead.
I took a photo of it while we were there.
This is a rather low quality photo, Mr. Wright.
Well, I didn't have a lot of time to take a better one.
More than that, it's
Okay, I have to congratulate for the voice actor for that very ironic voice. And funnily enough, so that might not even quote in.
He made that quote before?
And what?
He made that quote before? I didn't have time to make a better one or something like that?
No, it's just the voice of irony there.
Okay.
But, yeah, they might have not caught on that it was irony. Because police don't know what irony is. Most of them don't know.
Oh,
We know the exceptions, but
she's got an eye for a keeping mark. You know, while they're talking about that, they can go back and check that trash.
yeah,
Okay. It might still be there. Unless it's been dumped by now.
impossible for us to tell if the magazine has any cutouts, let alone if they match the ones on the tip. We'd need to obtain the magazine itself.
But doesn't that mean we don't really know who sent the tip?
yeah.
The sugar stamp didn't frame Turning Page then.
Yeah, I don't even know why you would think that she did. You have no evidence of proving that she did.
I don't see a motive for anybody to frame specifically Turning Page. Who has a grudge against a little foal like that?
Except a sweetie man did see him actually killing one of the clones. Or did he actually... Yeah, sweetie man is the only one who is acting suspicious.
Yeah, that would be something she'd hold her silence for.
But that
Or tell you
doesn't
what,
mean she couldn't be
what if he didn't do it, but Sweetie Belle thought he did?
Yeah, that's what I think.
That could become the same scenario then, from her perspective.
Or there is actually a reason why she would actually frame him. I forgot his name. The Turning Page. This was sent before Scootaloo was got out. And Scootaloo was the prime killer in this case. He might have sent it to save Scootaloo. If there's another culprit, that is not Scootaloo, right?
Royal Order's killer.
That's true.
What were you all doing at Diamond Tiara's house anyway?
Well, initially we wanted to go over their testimonies one more time to see if we'd missed anything. But they didn't have anything new to say.
They?
Yeah. Diamond Tiara and her friend, Silver Spoon.
Silver Spoon. Ah, you mean the filly who lost a lens from her glasses?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. A lens? As in, just one?
You didn't know. The shards found at the scene were reconstructed into only a single lens, meaning the other must have remained intact in the frame.
Only one, huh?
They
Spoon.
still wouldn't be useful to her without that.
Yes.
It's still a problem for Silver Spoon. If she loses only one lens, they would not be functional for her.
No, they would. Because, literally she said that I didn't see anything because I had, nothing on my glasses.
Okay.
Even with one working eye, you can see much better than not seeing anything.
Soon didn't mention anything about that in either the trial today or when we went to see her. Maybe I'd better make a note of that, just in case.
Or the other led to somewhere else. Still somewhere in the forest. But that wouldn't make sense because it should stay at the same place.
You know, there could potentially be a lot of
In any
clones of
case,
bats in
we
that
should move on to the
cave.
clearing itself. We might find some answers there.
What cave? What?
You know, the mirror pool cave. There could be potentially a lot of bats there that are clones of each other.
Yeah, we know that there are no bats there. Because there was no way to get in.
Well, that means no way to get out of it then either. Honestly, there are other passageways in there because I remember they eventually, like, what was her name? Maud Pie. Found a way into the mirror pool cave from a different. There was a bunch of caves that were connected.
Maybe, yeah.
That's because you.
But wait, there's actually a possibility for a bat staying in there while they were sealing the entrance. If that bat stays there, force himself to eat, it will stay alive.
Someone definitely removed that rock.
I mean, yeah, it was just the other night. And we know it was Royal Order who did it.
Probably.
Or at least he said that he will come and move it. We don't know if he did. No, we know he did because he had a clone. We know there are 2 victims. And most of them are him.
Right. Let's get going.
We're still on Hot Zone Hosting.
Oh, I didn't know that Sonata had such a short tail. Wait. They are saying who is this podium and that? Is that not Sonata?
Who's that pony over there?
No, that's not Sonata. Sonata has long tail.
Let's resume and find out.
Did you kill yourself?
I think she's saying something, but I'm not sure.
How long has it been since we were together? I suppose it goes back to our days in the Royal Guard. Fresh recruits, hoping to do our duty and serve. If things had continued on as they were, I wonder where we would be. Would we have remained a team, or were we always destined to walk our own paths? Perhaps we'll never know. Our paths diverged, and you threw the first stone. Regardless, I do know that you deserved much more than this royal order. In your memory, and as lawkeeper, I'll press on with what I must do. I know if you were in my horseshoes, you'd do the same.
Oh. Okay. It looks a lot darker in the shadow. It looks like Sonata, but now it doesn't. Okay. We have seen her for a brief second in the previous episodes. She is a lawkeeper, equity, I think.
Should we let her know that we're here?
Maybe we should wait for her to finish. I think she needs some space.
No need, Twilight Sparkle. I'm just about finished.
are you? Equity?
Lawkeeper, Equity. And you must be the humans making waves across Equestria with your courtroom antics. A pleasure to finally meet you.
Right. Likewise. So, Lawkeeper Equity, what are you doing here anyway?
I didn't realize I needed a reason to privately pay respects to one of my fallen soldiers.
Your soldiers?
In addition to my duties as Lawkeeper, I'm a lieutenant in the Royal Guard. It's my responsibility as an instructor to train the Guard to serve and protect the princesses. Although, recent events have made me question whether or not they remembered their training.
Huh.
Royal Order was a member of the Royal Guard, so it makes sense that you would train him.
Not quite. I may have been his lieutenant, but he and I were cadets in the same class. Unlike his fellow recruits, he showed much promise, quickly rising with me through the ranks. If not for his death, he would have made a fine captain.
And next he will say that, oh yeah, he was a very nice guy. I have fallen for him as well. And this makes a lot of, well, it's not a triangle anymore.
Wait, he was going to become captain of the Royal Guard? Like my brother was? Your brother?
After your brother's engagement to Cadence and moving to the Crystal Empire, some pony else needed to take up the responsibility of captain. Royal Order would have been an ideal candidate for that position.
Captain of the Royal Guard.
That's a lot more than just being a member.
And who's the
I
second
didn't even
in?
say anything.
Yeah, who is the second in line? Who has a motive to kill him? Right in front of us.
Doesn't that contradict what
I
Private
know.
Eye and
Right
Princess
now,
Luna
she's my
said
highest
during the trial?
suspect.
They
Yep.
would have known about Royal Order becoming the next captain, right?
Oh, they definitely knew. They just didn't want to see it. There was nothing special about his rank, his title, anything at all?
Well, as a detective, I can only know so much. What do you think, Princess Luna?
It's just as Detective Eye says.
They
As
all
someone who
knew.
gave the victim his orders, I can say with certainty that there was nothing that set him apart from the other guards in our entourage.
They lied. Well, Miss Lettuce is probably more accurate.
No, they stopped you from accusing any pony. Because if they actually said that he was gonna become a royal guard, you would have literally pointed in every other royal guard that they are the killers.
Or this lady's lying to them right now.
I don't think so. I think he
Probably
actually.
not. Yeah.
I don't think he was captain yet, after all. Point is, they knew and they didn't want to tell us.
Also, Twilight. Why the hell do you not know this? You are still a princess. You should definitely know who is gonna be a royal guard. Captain.
Canterlot? She doesn't live there anymore. She's not too involved in their politics.
I mean, yeah, she doesn't live there anymore, but it's like in general. You should definitely know who to go for when someone is leaving. I'm actually surprised that they waited so long to get a new captain. When was it? When Kina's married?
End of season 2. But we're really looking at the beginning of season 3 as far as when Shining Armor left Canterlot.
Was it before Twilight became a princess?
That is the season that she became the princess towards the end of season 3.
So yeah, he left Canterlot before Twilight became a princess.
Correct.
So I have no idea why they waited for so long to get a new captain.
Point. We're looking at somewhere in the middle of season 5 now.
Yeah.
But why?
You all
Unless
seem
there
to
was
have-
another captain, that person vacated the position since in between that time too. I could even see that happening multiple times, potentially with that much time gap in there.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know who is actually the royal guard captain in the series right now.
Yeah, I do not either. I don't know a particularly good candidate that is probably gunning for that position.
I don't know who
Travis-
is, but I know that whoever is pretty stupid because they let Thundershine's brother to be a guard.
I forget his name, but is that Pegasus guard from the ancient past the one that Rainbow looked up to?
Oh yeah, wait, yeah, he is the royal guard. No, wait, he is a trainer. He's not the captain.
He's a trainer in the Royal Guard, but I think he can make a darn good captain. The fact, way better, likely way better captain than the majority of them in the past, because unlike most other ponies, he's probably trained for real warfare.
Yeah, he is.
And that's not been seen in Equestria for a darn long time. I'm not surprised that security is somewhat lacking. But under, darn, what was his name?
Something Flash, I think. I don't know.
Flash Magnus? Flash Magnus.
Flash
He could
Magnus.
turn him into a serious military.
I mean, he actually fought in the real warfare, so.
Right. They're modeled after the Roman guards.
Now that I think about it, they are actually ready for the real attack. If it actually happens. But yeah, so Equity, you are very soft right now.
Yeah.
Great deal of trust in Private Eye and Luna. It's a shame that they aren't as open to reciprocating that trust.
What's that supposed to mean?
You should know. From the very beginning, you've been kept in the dark, stumbling your way through this case. Meanwhile, every pony else involved knew more than you.
Yeah, that's right.
The judge, Private Eye, even those children. Luna has held all the cards the moment she took on this case. Even during the trial, she played you, guiding you to where she wanted you to go.
I feel like Luna is actually playing right now the cards perfectly. They learned Equity out. They know that she has to do something with this. But they couldn't just say it. Because she has a high ranking, she's a high ranking officer. Almost the highest ranking.
Lieutenant, as she establishes, if she's telling the truth, and probably is, because that could be so easily verified.
All this, and she didn't even tell you a word of what she was planning, as if she didn't trust you to defend your clients. Don't you find her actions to be a bit deceptive? Perhaps there's a bit of Nightmare Moon in her still.
Nightmare Moon? So, the statue. Is this Nightmare Moon?
Yep, back when she was still evil.
Objection? Nightmare Moon was not evil. She was the dark side of the moon, yes, but she was not evil. She still wanted to defend Equestria by her own means.
By keeping it night forever?
Yeah, because she is the ruler of the night. She had more power. It's
She
easy.
wanted to keep it night forever to be compassionate? This time I do object. I think she did it to be selfish.
I mean, it was selfish move, yeah. She knows reasoning, but I can see why she wanted to do it.
Selfish, bitter, and jealous seems to be the primary motives for Nightmare Moon at that time. And there would also be extremely strong evidence of dark magic corruption, which also has intense psychological effects,
Yes.
which would really strongly and obviously lean on evil, as the case happened with Sombra.
I mean, if we see about that, somehow, no, this is sound stupid. Somehow wanted to take over the Crystal Empire and wanted to defend his ruling in his own sense. But we know that his kind of ruling is not fit for Equestria at all. It's a very militaristic ruling by power. But Nightmare Moon is kind of the same as well. She was corrupted by the power as well. Probably lesser than Sombra.
I now suspect her even more. Though she's got a point about Luna, at least insofar as the fact she's hiding stuff. But now she's accusing her of being partially evil too, of having Nightmare Moon and all that. And I could be pretty certain that's not true here.
I mean,
though she could believe that, Equity could believe that, and I might be able to buy that part. But at this point, just because of that, I think I'm starting to suspect her even more.
You know what? I believe every pony in Equestria has a little bit of doubt in Luna still.
Sure. That would include Luna, actually. She had created the Tantibus to torture herself about that.
Yep.
She really did get better after that, and it's something else she said to Starlight. I can tell you from experience that things do indeed get better.
Ah.
It is very a sign by that point that Luna had recovered even further when she said that to Starlight in the dream.
I mean, they didn't kill Nightmare Moon. Nightmare Moon was not managed per se. It's still part of Luna. And
they dealt with the Tantibus by then when she talked to Starlight in their dreams, which means they've already dealt with her guilt too, which was yet another step to recovery. So yeah, of course Luna would be better off by that point.
Yeah.
But was she by now? I don't remember when they dealt with the Tantibus, exactly what season that occurred.
I don't remember when it occurred either, but it was like season 6? 5?
Or 6?
I'm not
actually,
sure.
It's potentially exactly this season where the story's taking place.
Maybe, yeah.
Why don't we talk about this another time?
I knew she looked familiar. But what does this?
You don't know? I suppose that's to be expected. It's not a story the princesses would have told you.
I think you're long overdue for an explanation, Twilight.
I know. I'll keep it brief.
So, there was an evil princess, and we killed her.
When she says keep it brief, why don't you just show the whole entire episode?
I mean, this is how it started.
Luna ruled Equestria together.
they don't have to
Princess
animate this
Celestia
part.
would raise the sun, and Princess Luna would raise the moon. Eventually, Princess Luna grew bitter the ponies shunned the night and slept through it, which led her to refusing to lower the moon to make way for the dawn.
I mean, Luna would be happy to hear that most of the time I don't sleep at night because I work.
Her bitterness transformed her into Nightmare Moon. When she wouldn't back down, Celestia was forced to banish her to the moon for 1,000 years.
Actually, I like staying alive at night, staying awake at night more than staying awake at the daylight.
Can be peaceful.
Especially now that it's summer and we are swimming in sweat every daylight.
Yeah, I was thinking about to bring that up too. That the nights can be cooler too, which sometimes is a detriment. What if you're too cold? What if it's winter? Then maybe you wouldn't be as much of a fan being awake at nighttime. And that would also be the period of the year where the nighttime lasts longer. If you were at a certain point of the Earth, it could even last all day and night.
I still like the nighttime more because I can see the stars, and I often still do. I just watch outside my window and
They are very beautiful, but in the daylight you can see at least one star, sort of.
kind of the sun. And
Can't
maybe
see
the
it
moon,
directly, you can at least see the evidence of it.
and feel it on yourself.
Yep.
That's terrible. Having to fight your own sister.
Lucy never had a brother or sister. That's
Right.
not terrible.
Sorry about
That's a very well-known thing. I have never met anyone who had a mother and sister and never had an argument.
Trucy's not speaking from experience,
Nope.
but she could still sympathize. But I didn't think she had a sibling. I didn't have evidence against that either. I just had a feeling that was the case.
I mean, yeah, this is a little bit different because this fight was actually a fight to the death.
Actually, she could have a sibling, right? You claim she was adopted? Then what if her true parents did have another sibling?
No, we know that they didn't.
Okay.
Wait. No. It might be a little bit spoiler to the games, but I do think that Apollo is kind of her half brother. If I remember correctly.
Apple Lou is what you said?
Apollo, who is in here.
Apollo.
Yeah.
All right.
But
I'm not sure if it's true, so I'm not saying it for sure.
Sure. Oh, okay.
bringing this up, what does Princess Luna's past have to do with anything?
Luna has a history of furtive activities. Her past especially remains something she is not so quick to divulge. But then again, she's always been less than forthcoming. She walks in the shadows of secrets and subterfuge, weaving an intricate web of knowledge and intrigue only she can access. Perhaps she feels only she can be trusted with what she knows.
I mean, yeah, that was always the way Luna talked.
No doubt you have noticed it, Miss Sykes. The way she has steadfastly avoided telling you anything about herself, the way she has impeded your investigation by refusing to share pertinent details.
How did she know that? Was she there in the court?
Even if she wasn't, she might have spied. Oh, not spies, but informants.
She's speaking right now from a very informed position.
I mean, yeah, she has to be informed if she has something to do with the case.
Yeah.
I mean, as a the instructor a very high-ranked royal guard as well.
You do remember what I said about how messed up this investigation can be if Private Eye was the culprit, which I'm pretty sure is not. But if it is her, Equity here, she can do some damage too.
Yeah, this is why I think that and I said Luna was playing her cards right, then they lured her out.
Tempting to put these investigators on a red herring right now.
Yeah?
Well, again, it's still possible that she really believes her words, but at least insofar as suspecting Luna of stuff. But nevertheless, I think the motive for that is get away from me. Get away from the evidence I'm trying to hide right now.
Also, what I instantly see in her design. Scorpion. It's a red scorpion.
Akita mark?
No. Just look at her braid. That is a scorpion tail.
Is that supposed to imply anything?
No, it doesn't. But I immediately had the feeling of her being that. So if you get too close, you will get stung.
Yeah. She also is so far the least innocent pony I've ever seen in this investigation.
And we will get bamboozled, and she has nothing to do with the case.
It could be, yeah. You could just have a mean attitude, and it turns out you, at least in this specific case, completely innocent.
I mean, she would be the biggest red herring. I mean, the herrings have tails as well.
Yep.
Does that sound like some pony you can trust? Personally, things like that make it hard to take her at her word.
That's not fair to Luna. She's changed since then. And besides, it's not like she's hiding things to lead us astray. We both want the same thing.
The truth.
Perhaps. Well, I suppose we all have a past. Even princesses. Wouldn't you say, Twilight Sparkle?
No, all of my first mistakes are in the book, and I shared them with every pony. Oh, you are muted. Okay. I don't know if it's for a reason.
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
Where are you going?
I have business elsewhere. Worry not. I'll be staying in Ponyville to observe the case as it unfolds. It will certainly be interesting to watch your progress.
I am here.
Okay.
And I was listening the whole time too.
A word of advice. I'd suggest not clinging so tightly to your platitudes of friendship and trusting others so easily. Trust is a very fragile thing. It takes years to build, seconds to break, and an eternity to repair.
Yes! Twilight have learned this in the very first Discord episode when she turned everyone to grey. And it's not the first one, it's the second one, I think.
It's like she's listing off her motives for killing him right now.
Yeah?
That betrayal can last a lifetime. But the thing about betrayal is that it never comes from your enemies. That may be hard for you to accept given how devoted you are to the notion of friendship. But after today, I'm sure you understand what I mean. You'd best heed my words if you wish to continue to believe in these naive ideals.
She's intense.
I mean, she has to be.
No kidding. With a personality like hers, she makes for a good instructor.
I mean, have you met any instructor? Like, go to one-to-one. Tell me that she is not insane. Insane. Intense. That's a little bit different, but...
Compare her to Spitfire. I actually think this lady really is more intense in an intimidating way.
Yep.
Whereas, I don't know, Spitfire's more comical, a lot more lively. You know, she's not a downer, okay? She could get intense with her instructions, but she still also appears friendly a little bit. Not this lady. She actually seems downright evil.
I wouldn't say evil. I
Well,
would say calculated.
what she reminds me of is Tempest Shadow.
Yeah.
From
I
the
was
movie.
thinking... Yeah, for a second I was thinking who you are talking about them, and then I figured out, yeah.
Like, you shouldn't trust friendships. It will betray you. She's speaking a lot like Tempest Shadow.
I mean, they are both military leaders, so...
Yeah. So you see, there's a great deal of commonality between them. Despite that, I'm pretty sure they're not the same individual.
It takes a special
No,
kind of
they are
pony
not.
to take on the mantle of lawkeeper, I suppose. But she isn't the reason why we're here.
Are you sure about that? That she is not... I
That's
mean,
the first pony here I actually do suspect.
that... And this is why, because I am suspecting her, I might, actually think that she might not be the killer. Because she is too suspicious.
Yeah. They did give her an animated opening. That was kind of rare in this show.
And they were suggesting her from the very beginning of the thing. I think they showed her for a split second in the 2-1 as well. So, yeah, we have seen part of her before.
We should investigate the clearing once again to see if we missed something. Right, you two? Twilight, Athena, are you two okay?
Oh yeah, Athena might be not okay. Remember what I said? That she hears the feeling and synchronizes with them? And Twilight is very sad right now.
Huh? Oh,
You look troubled, Athena. Something on your mind?
It's just what Lawkeeper Equity said about not being so quick to trust others.
Yeah. We know that something happened to Equity. She said those words from actual what actually happened before.
Yeah, here's something ridiculous to imagine. She said all of that with great intensity because
She has
several
literally...
years ago, she heard a drunken bar guy rant about how he was betrayed. And she kind of sympathized with the story that he claimed he experienced.
Yeah, obviously.
Therefore, that's why she doesn't trust people, because of something she's heard one time
Good one.
from a stranger.
Yeah.
oh, come on, Athena. They're our friends. Princess Luna, Private Eye, the Cutie Mark Crusaders. We all want the same thing. Why shouldn't we trust them?
Yeah, I got reminded of one of the most cool animes that has something to do with this. I felt it when they were literally that. You are friends. Why shouldn't I trust you? I'm not gonna say anything more. If you know, you know.
Because she wasn't wrong about Luna.
At least not in the same. I might actually show you that afterwards.
She's known more about the case than we did from the very beginning, and she wasn't alone in that regard. Private Eye was keeping secrets about Royal Order being the next captain of the Royal Guard. At the very least, neither he nor Princess Luna intended on sharing that info with me when I asked. Even Scootaloo and Turning Page were keeping secrets from me, my own clients. It's my job as an attorney to defend them, but how can I if I can't trust them?
That is actually a lesson that all of them had to learn. You have to trust your client, in a sense. If you don't, then don't even get the case.
In real life, I can see some lawyers defending or accusing various people when they have no personal stake in it whatsoever. They don't trust them, they don't distrust them, it's just a paycheck.
I mean, you know why? Because in their games, the law is very different than in our world. In their world, it's guilty until proven innocent.
I took Phoenix Wright world?
Yeah? No. Even worse. They are guilty until someone else has been proven guilty. So it's not enough that you prove that they couldn't do the killing, or whatever happened, mostly it's murder case. You have to actually accuse someone else and prove that they did it.
The Phoenix Wright world, but
yeah, not in this one.
In England, in the past, possibly now, I believe they still have a similar law: guilty until proven innocent. That was a policy America specifically wanted to reverse. But it started there, in that country, is the first one to have that policy. They just considered it safer to assume someone's guilt unless you can come up with enough evidence to prove their innocence, putting the burden of proof on the defender.
Yeah. That's why it was more like this, that, how can I confirm if I can trust them?
Are we really all working towards the same goal, or are there more secrets I'm unaware of?
Athena, you're letting her get into your head. Yes, things haven't been going your way this trial, but that hasn't stopped you before.
Yeah, but...
In any case, we can't afford to get distracted right now. Let's try and finish investigating this scene. See if we turn up anything.
Right.
See, all of this is why Equity said that stuff.
Yep.
Suspect your clients, not me. Suspect Luna, not me.
Suspect everyone.
Found anything?
No, nothing. Doesn't seem like there's anything
In
here.
a way, she gave a warning to them too that I could be the culprit. Trust no one is basically what she said.
No, she said trust nobody.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to agree. We've searched as thoroughly as we could. What now?
Well, we've still got 2 places left to investigate. The statue and Zeccora's hut.
Can't say I'm quite
Maybe
looking forward to that.
Maybe also Silver Spoon's glasses. He came up with new evidence about that.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much there, but there's a little bit of a hole in that story. Like what happened to the other lens? What happened to the frame? Apparently, she still had that, right? Or did she lose that too?
No, only the glasses were, only one glass has been taken about. We thought the whole glass was broken, but no.
But you're saying that she went home completely blind, as if she lost both lenses.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay, so when did she lose it? First off, when did she lose the
no.
one lens, and then when did she lose the whole glasses?
This is the problem. She didn't. She lied. She definitely saw some things.
Okay.
I mean, it's harder to see with one eye, but you can still see more than not seeing anything.
Yeah, that
She
could be the case.
literally
Then,
different in that I couldn't see anything because I didn't have my glasses. They were broken.
well, then, if you're right, then what the truth is, that lens and the frame, she still has it.
Yeah, probably.
In fact, she could even be wearing it right now if only they simply replaced the other lens.
I mean, yeah.
Split up for now, so that we
That
can
would
cover
be
the
cheaper
most
too, I
distance.
think.
Sonata, why don't you, Apollo, and Trucy head to the statue and investigate from there?
I mean, I think they don't really care about money.
See, Sonata, Apollo, and Trucy. Okay, so the next scene is not going to follow them.
Yeah.
Athena's the main character, so wherever we're going next is wherever she's going to be sent.
I mean, we might actually follow them as well. Who knows?
We'll do just that then, Mr.
I think we're
White.
going to get a recap of their
Meanwhile,
investigation
Twilight,
later.
Athena, and I will head over to Zikora's. You two okay with that?
That's the next scene then. And, you know, from here, I guess Zakara's closer.
Yeah, maybe.
They're not still in Froggy Bottom, right?
All right. We'll
It kind of does look like Everfree in the background.
They are at Everfree. They are not at Froggy Bottom.
Okay. All right.
rendezvous at the detention center and compare notes then.
I know I said I'd put it out of my mind, but equity? I heard it in your voice just then. It wasn't just distrust, there was anger. Bubbling, seething anger. But also pain. Why?
Okay, let's stop for a second. I'm gonna get something. I already have it made, so I just have to pour it out. Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay, let's continue. We are not even in the halfway point.
Huh? Hey, Twilight, look at that.
What is it, Athena?
The letters in Zikora's mailbox? They're all gone.
Yeah, because she went home.
I
This
guess
is
she
wrong.
managed to finally bring them in. Which means she's inside right now.
I don't know why Twilight thinks that Sakura would be inside. Maybe
Wasn't that
because
the
there's
point
light.
of coming here?
What?
Wasn't that the point of coming here, is to see her?
Yeah, it was.
I always knew we'd end up back here. But even though the door is just within reach, why does it feel like it's so far away?
Athena?
Boss?
It's alright. I'm sure Zikora won't hold this against you. She doesn't strike me as a creature that'll hold a grudge.
A creature. I mean, yeah, she's not a pony. But yeah, Athena actually did frame her, so.
Right, yeah, it's just... it still bothers me what happened. What I did.
Well, it'll keep bothering you until you get this over with, don't you think?
Yeah, you're right. As always, boss. Okay. Here goes. Sakura? It's, us.
Us.
Our name is us now.
What?
Our name is us now. We are the collective.
No, don't say that. I played a lot of Baldur's Gate, so I always think about us as a brain walking on his sandals.
Okay.
Welcome by. Please come in and don't be shy.
But I'm always not shy.
Now it's time to get that potion again that explores the past.
Huh.
This is their chance. And Twilight should know about it. Plus Sakura.
Yeah, they should.
Your purpose for coming, I feel I can tell. Investigating the arrest of Sweetie Belle?
Yes. How'd you know?
The news was spreading as I left the courtroom. What other reason was I to assume?
Actually, there was one other reason. Sakura, I wanted to apologize. Again. I mean, I know I already did, but I still feel awful, and there's no way I can ever make it up to you.
Athena shouldn't be the only one apologizing.
Twilight?
Sakura, I knew what Athena would be forced to do during the trial, but I didn't go further to stop her. If I had, you wouldn't have been accused. I was too scared, and for that, I'm sorry.
Even so, it really is my fault that it happened. I jumped the gun when I shouldn't have, and...
Enough! What you had done, I can plainly...
This is exactly how I should expect her to react.
Yeah, there's no reason to go. Yeah, I was angry at that moment, but it's gone. You did what you had to do, and that's all.
Which to set those fools free. Let's not permit our breaths to waste away on what was done in haste. My forgiveness you have already earned. Is this now not a lesson learned?
I
need no gadget to tell you're surprised. Did you think you would be further chastised?
Yeah, now stop apologizing or I will be angry at you.
It's just... Well, I guess I was expecting you to still be furious with me. Especially since Princess Luna was beyond angry at what I did.
Actually, I am like this as well. I am angry, very angry at one point. And when they leave me alone, I just like, okay, fine, I'm over it.
Her reaction was certainly strong, of course. But rage at you might not be the lone source.
You mean, there's more to her reaction? So Princess Luna's hiding even more things from us? More motives? Than what Equity said earlier. But what about Sakura? Wait. Maybe I should ask her about that letter.
Yeah?
Sakura! Could you show us the letter that Princess Celestia and Princess Luna sent you the other day? The one we confirmed to be from them in court?
I'm sorry, but sharing that letter now would be something the law will not allow. It was intended for me alone. I doubt this request they would condone.
Oh, right. I should have expected it wouldn't be that easy.
Meaning? They're hiding something.
Yeah. I mean, no. If they have taken the letter to evidence, then she really can't see it. She really can't show it.
That message is already self-destructed.
Princesses. But what could be in that letter? And why does not knowing bother me so much?
If you don't mind, Sakura, we'd like to ask you a few questions regarding this case. It may help us in defending Sweetie Belle tomorrow.
Please ask whatever is on your mind. I'll do my best to respond in kind.
For starters, is there anything that you haven't already told us? Anything that might shed light as to what truly happened?
I'm afraid that apart from what I said in court, there is nothing else I can report.
I like how they are writing the court times.
I believe I heard that comment too. Maybe even from one of the authors. I just noticed a slightly nasally expression from Phoenix Wright. I didn't notice it before, but the last thing he said, I heard a slight nasal sound to his speech.
Let me go back.
Do my best to respond in kind.
For starters, is there anything that you haven't already told us?
Yeah,
Anything
you
that
are
might
right.
shed light as to what truly happened?
I'm afraid that apart from what I said in court, there is nothing else I can report.
I expected as such. It was a long shot after all.
Though, well, relevant or not, I could not say. I was searching for flowers at the bog that day.
The day of? So it must have been when you were searching for rare seeds.
If you were at the bog, does that mean you went near the
Would that be
miracle's
February
entrance?
12th or 13th?
What?
Would that be February 12th or 13th? My guess is February 13th is when the murder took place?
Yeah, probably.
Or is that the day the court took place?
Good question. Good question.
I mean, like this is entire episode, everything that has occurred in this case, all occurred specifically on February 14th. You could take a quick glimpse at the first episode of this particular case just to see the date because they would probably show at the very beginning.
It's gonna be hard to watch it. Let me see. Give me a second.
Put on a different tab though. We want to resume from here.
Is utterly elemental justice.
He was alive and attempted to make it as clone on February 12th, and now we're up to the 14th. So the murder and everything that's occurred in this court case so far has occurred in about one day.
$15th was the day when they started. 13th, okay.
15th?
13th. Sorry.
Oh, you said 13th, right?
Yeah, no, I said 15, but it's 13.
Okay. So it occurred in the future, then. I got it. So this is actually a flashback.
No.
Go ahead.
Indeed, for often at that spot, I can find day bloomers, the flowers I sought.
Day bloomers?
They are flowers whose petals appear whenever daybreak is drawing near.
But the cave, was the boulder removed when you got there?
It would be hard not to notice a missing rock. No, the entrance still bore its primitive lock.
That makes sense. And it was later removed by royal order when he went to clone himself that night. It all lines up.
That is another thing I should say. I found something missing from my home today.
Missing?
Oh.
A healing potion to be exact. In my cupboards, it is usually packed.
Could it have gone missing prior to the incident?
No, I am certain it was here. On the day of the murder, of that I am clear. Before...
Okay. Someone stole a healing potion. And there was blood in the heritage boutique.
Someone needed a healing potion too.
Yeah. So that someone is still not in jail, not in the nation.
Before I left, I checked my floor shelf and saw the potion there myself.
And you haven't returned to your hut until today, because you were being kept at the police station as a witness for the trial.
Also, he hadn't been broken into either. The lock was still locked.
That means...
Yeah?
The potion
The person
could
who
have
got
gone
the
missing
potion
any time
also... Whoever stole this potion, it probably occurred after the attempt to get something at the boutique.
Yeah?
and that person could teleport in either way at each location. But by the time they went to the potion, they actually needed that little bit of healing to hide a bit of evidence of damage.
Yeah?
Now, that damage, just coming strictly from a cat, is be rarely life threatening, unless you happen to be allergic to. There is some kind of chemical I heard that's in a cat claw that can have a strong reaction for some
I
people.
mean, there is one very dangerous kind of damage that a cat can do with their claw. It's called the eye.
Yeah.
Because if it gets infected, you are losing the eyesight.
Yeah, the culprit has decided that Rarity's cat needs to join the military
Huh.
because she could put up a fight after that.
But now, I would immediately look around the cross hut, trying to find blood. If somebody came here trying to steal a healing potion,
And they weren't healed yet.
yep. I mean, they might have probably already they took care of the wound that it's not leaking, but there might still be some evidence left.
Yep.
After you left to follow the kids.
Was there evidence of a break-in?
No?
I use no lock to secure this
Oh.
place. Any pony could enter and leave with no trace.
Well, that depends on the trace they leave. But she doesn't have much of a neighborhood, I gotta admit, in
I mean,
her section of the day.
her looks is actually not about the forest.
I think if I were Sakura, I might want a lock on my door. It's not because of ponies, but because of anything else that may live in Everford Forest, which we know is dangerous. For example, how about a Manticore? How about a cockatrice? Would you like one of those to just stroll in your house?
No, here's the line again. I use no locks to secure the space. I use something else.
What's that?
I mean, she might have magical defenses set around for the creatures.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you can get to it in time. Besides, I wouldn't even surprise me if she had a potion to fix things turned to stone. Maybe you can't administer on yourself if you've already been locked in that state, but perhaps she can cure someone else.
Yeah. But I thought that she had locks. I didn't know she didn't. She might actually have locks in the extra show.
But possible too. She could have potions that could be used offensively too in there. Like something that causes a noxious aroma and causes them to choke and sneeze and all that. It might not be deadly, just knowing her, but I think that she could have something in there that she could use to defend herself.
Also, this is her as well to Gratises and other beasts.
Enter and leave with no trace. But though the Everfree is home to many a beast, they wouldn't break into my home at least.
Was this a
You know
powerful
that.
healing potion? I know you've made a few with Apple Bloom before.
It is quite strong as you supposed, but can only mend while the wound remains closed.
See.
So,
Potion missing from Sakura's hut that is capable of healing external wounds, but only if they've been. What does that last part mean?
if they are already banded together. So it's
The potion's only effective when you no longer need it,
no. It is
or when it's bandaged up, or when
no.
it's
But
not
when
currently
you
bleeding.
it cannot heal wounds that are still bleeding. But they can make sure that nothing left after it if it's already stop bleeding.
Let's get rid of the evidence.
Yep.
Well, it also sounds like it's not something that would save your life at the immediate moment.
No.
Okay.
And it is for external wounds only.
Okay. Sounds like it's just something to get rid of
A
scars.
closed wound?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you don't mean stitches, but how else could you hold a wound closed?
A tourniquet would be one way, though others could work, it's safe to say.
Oh, even if you just hold it together, it's closed. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's what you are actually using most of the time.
I never heard of that word, tourniquet.
Yeah, it's not a well-known word. I know that word, but it's basically just a rope and some sticks to hold the wound together, forming a wound.
Okay.
Wait a second, that shape!
Boss?
Athena, let me see that forensic flashlight again.
Huh? Sure thing. Here you go.
Aha, so that explains it.
Oh. It was Sweetie Man. Sweetie Man stole the thing. This was before. This was there in the trash can before the new blood patches.
Explains what, Phoenix?
I think I know what Sweetie Belle's been hiding, but we'll have to confront her about it at the detention.
Yeah, because we know that Sweetie Man has her blood mixed in with the blood behind the statue. So she got injured here.
Center. We should head there as soon as possible, before visiting hours are over.
Right. Let's get going. We'll meet up with the others, then head to the center afterwards. Sakura, you've been a tremendous help. Thank you.
You're welcome. I wish you all the best. But Athena, for you I have one final request.
Yeah, Sakura?
Please let accusing me weigh you down no longer. If you cannot move on, you will never get stronger. Not just for yourself,
Ow.
but every pony you...
Ow. That hurts multiple times. Because of what happened with Athena in the series. She thought that she killed her own mother for a long time.
You will never get stronger. Not just for yourself, but every pony
I
you
couldn't
meet.
I wouldn't put it past Sakura sensing that. Obviously, she's talking about this case and what happened between them, but
Yeah, she's just talking generally.
coming from Sakura, I would not put it past her that she could be talking about the other case too.
Yeah, maybe.
If she was somehow able to sense that.
This, I don't know if it is after that case or not. So I don't know in the Phoenix Wright sense where they are. We know where they are in Ponyland, but
Sakura is just modeled after Yoda, at least a little bit, you know? I don't know one episode in particular that made that especially clear, and that was Magic Duel, where Trixie returned.
I mean it was not sexy. We know it was not sexy when it returned. It was just an amulet.
No one was wearing it. And by the way, she might even be the pony that still has the Alicorn amulet. We never did find out what happened to that afterwards. That episode.
Yeah, I even wonder.
The wise thing to do with it though is maybe lock it in some royal treasury with other dangerous artifacts.
I wouldn't put all the dangerous artifacts in one place.
Well, they kind of have done it. There was a bunch of artifacts that was used in Season 8, if you recall, to try to drain all magic. Well, it used to be in one place too, before that. It was somewhere in Celestia's castle. What else might be there?
Oh, yeah.
Let your goals be eclipsed by regret.
I'll try to, Sakura.
So, sweetie man.
We're still on the 14th. We're just moving up a few hours.
Yep.
Was Sakura able to help you out?
She was, so long as we were able to question Sweetie Belle.
What about you guys? Were you able to find anything additional while at the statue?
We were. It's strange. The investigation team somehow missed this before, but between the three of us, we were able to catch something. Your eyes must be rather special, both of you.
Aw, thanks, Sonata.
Anyway, here's what we were able to find. We took this picture in the forest between the statue and clearing.
Wait, you didn't see the blood all over the thing?
Yeah, it takes special glasses in order to see this, so... Apparently.
Whoa. What's with all these red lines on some of the trees? Are they bloodstains?
That's what we thought too. They only wrap around half of each tree, like someone had splashed them haphazardly.
Look, you can see how those rings have lines dripping down.
And they all face towards the statue area.
Did you find
Whoa, someone exploded. Wait. Didn't clothes pop like balloons in Pinkie Pie?
If it was truly an explosion, I would expect even more of the trees to be covered, not one thin line.
Oh yeah, true.
But also, how much blood do you have? There would also be less quantity of it too.
I mean, there was a big pool of blood behind the statue, so they could use that. But why?
When it comes to a big pool of blood, it could also be from multiple sources.
It was from multiple sources. One was the victim, the other one was Sweetie Man. It is confirmed.
Okay.
anything else while you were there?
No, just this. It's intriguing, but...
We're not sure what this means, to be honest. But it might be important later on.
Thank you for letting us know then.
Wait! Let me go back. Wait a minute. That's what we told too. They never said it's blood. They just thought it's blood.
All the blood is drawn on the same level as the rest?
Yeah.
And they're all facing one side.
This might not be blood. Once again.
It's a dark ritual performed by Queen Chrysalis.
Huh.
Who was trying to make clones of her own.
I mean, she doesn't really need blood. For that.
But it might be important later on.
Thank you for letting us know then.
What does it say there? A photograph taken by the forest, statue in the clearing. It depicts several trees and half a ring of blood around them.
Okay, so it is blood.
Towards the statue.
And they are saying it's a blood. It's blood.
Yeah, and it hasn't been there long. This case is going really fast within the story.
Yeah, but first time, if you find the blood stain, and you know there is a victim, and you have blood samples from the victim, and you have other blood samples, first thing you should do is compare them.
So it looks like, based on what you discovered from the first episode here, the murder took place February 12th, the night of February 12th. The court case began very quickly, 13th. Apparently, on the 13th, and it's been adjourned. there's a days gone by. I think like last episode maybe. Is when
Yeah.
the 14th verse started, and the case is continuing.
I mean, we know from previous fashion in the games, court cases can only last 3 days. You have to get the killer by the third day.
Oh, you're just talking about the game, or are you talking about the laws of their world?
I am talking about the game because
Okay.
in the first episode, Celestia said that they took the laws from their world. They copied the laws from there. So they probably stay here as well. So probably the 3 day stays here as well. That they have to finish by the next day.
Alright.
Well, in that case, we better head inside.
Mom, I know what I want, and I know how I'm gonna do it.
That may be so, but all I'm asking is...
You're asking me to give up on my dreams of becoming a royal guard.
That is
Oh.
not at all what I am saying, Turning Page.
Why are you here to begin with?
Miss Sykes, Princess Twilight, every pony. What are you doing here?
No, Turning Page, what are you doing here?
Seeing Sweetie Belle, I'm guessing. And now we know he had an interest to join the Royal Guards, but that doesn't surprise me. His father was. Probably looked
Yeah.
up to him.
We're here to see Sweetie Belle. What about you?
We
came to visit Sweetie Belle and Sugar Stamp. We were just leaving.
I know it probably isn't my business, but what were you two arguing about?
I'm very curious, you see.
Not now, Widget.
Mom says I can't join the Royal
Who
Guard when I'm
That.
older.
You probably don't know. Athena has a little Tamagotchi-like necklace. It is a very powerful AI built inside it.
This is the first time it's spoken in this case, as far as I'm aware.
It spoke before, but you weren't here then.
It seems like it rarely has any useful input, apparently, in this case.
No, but it can literally show her emotions. And it always does when it shouldn't.
Could anyone else hear that in this room?
Yes, it is a
Alright.
loudspeaker, so everyone can
Right.
hear when it speaks. And she's using that in court most of the time.
No, that's not what I... Turning Page, if ever you are going to listen to me, let this be the time.
Mom?
I have nothing against you wanting to join the Royal Guard. In fact, I find it a noble pursuit, the same one your father followed when he was younger.
But
If you have a dream, you should go for it, no matter what any pony else says, not even me. If that is what you truly want, then I want that for you too.
Mom.
But that shouldn't mean becoming so narrow-minded, so focused on this one goal, that you forget about the importance of other things too. Going
she's
to
right.
school and getting an education is important. Your father had to study for all kinds of exams before he could even become a cadet. I understand you dislike school.
This is what happened with Rumble.
But writing it off...
With what?
This is what happened with Rumble, if you remember.
Oh yeah.
He was like so focused on joining the Wonder Bolts that he just gave up on everything else, which concerned his older brother.
Immediately, without giving it any consideration, that will hurt your chances of getting into the Royal Guard. I'm not asking you to like school, or even ace all of your quizzes, but I am asking that you don't forego your education. Can you do that?
How's it?
If not for me, then for your father?
How's it? Alright, say they were telling the truth, that they just saw Sweetie Belle and Sugar Stamps.
Yes.
How did that cause this conversation? what did they say or get said to from Sweetie Belle and Sugar Stamp that evoked this conversation?
Probably not from them. They were just probably talking the way out. And then,
They started a new subject along the way out?
yeah.
Alright.
And he would say that, okay, I'm leaving school, I'm gonna go become a god. That's what started this whole shouting.
Again, I'm here sensing a potential lie here on Fair Devotion because when they answered the question about why they were here, she did it very suddenly, as if cutting her son off. There's a possible problem here about that, but if they were telling the truth, it's kind of funny to think that encounter caused this conversation somehow, or
Yeah.
you're right that it's just started on its own along the way out.
Or maybe what he heard from Sugar Stamp might have caused this.
Possibly. She was certainly related to the case too about a stallion who was also in the Royal Guard.
But because of this little conversation, I actually feel like Fan Emotion is not a killer at all.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Mom. I'll give school a shot then. For Dad. And for you.
Now, I don't think she's the killer, but I do think she's hiding something, and whatever it is, she's being very defensive about it.
Yeah.
There are some situations here that I think she could consider embarrassing. That is among the details, or some things she might feel bitter about, because there's a lot of things that's coming to light here that would probably hurt her feelings, but that's not necessarily murder. Again, I think we already passed the main suspect for that.
Yeah, for now. I say, yeah.
Consider her name too.
Yeah.
I did.
But yeah, for now, I still have two possibilities of what I think might happen. One of them is Equity, being the killer, which might be returning. And the other one is still that either he's still alive or he killed himself. Himself in his gold.
Do I know precisely when the murders took place? Like, did they occur simultaneously, or first one died, then sometime later the other one did?
They probably happened on different times. But
Okay.
we are not sure about that.
Of course, if it was simultaneously and in separate locations, there has got to be more than one culprit. Unless we're looking at teleportation. And yeah, there is one involved we do know that can do that.
Yeah, and we know
it's still not simultaneous unless the killer also has a clone.
But yeah, we will see what will happen. This is still a long way to go.
Yeah, I see the little time bar down there.
Not only this, there are 4 more episodes of this.
If you have to, maybe you can take a break sometime in the middle of this episode and we resume at some other time if you want to.
No, it's fine. I don't go to work today, so.
Okay, go ahead.
Returning.
Unless you want to sleep, you can tell me anytime.
I'm good.
I'm sorry you had to hear all that. Now, we'll get out of your hair. I'm sure Sweetie Belle needs you.
Actually, Miss Devotion, there's something I'd like to ask you.
I would love if Athena shows her the letter. Did you know that your beloved what's it called? Not wife.
Husband?
Husband. Yeah. Your middle husband was cheating with your with your friend.
Wait, Athena, is this really the time for...
I suppose I can spare a few moments. What would you like to ask?
It's... Man, talk about awkward timing. But I can't just let this go. Something about the whole thing seems fishy. Earlier today, we met with Private Eye and asked about the travel case that you'd given him and his team for examination. He showed us what was inside and...
Wait. The terror case was with her.
Because of the way this video looks, it looks like that last line is mostly crossed out.
What?
Because of the way the video frame looks, it looks like that last line in that down below is crossed out with a red bar.
Yeah, that is
like his team examination. And then I was going to say he should, but then I decided to change my mind and just skip to the word. Well, never mind.
Well,
some of the contents are of curious note.
What's that supposed to mean?
There was a letter addressed to your husband from Sugar Stamp. She expressed fondness for him. Extreme fondness.
What? That doesn't sound like Miss Sugar Stamp at all.
I believe I understand. But you must have misinterpreted what Sugar Stamp was saying.
But...
That's possible.
The letter...
Her relationship with my husband was purely platonic, nothing more.
Ow.
I would expect as much, given that royal order comforted her after her husband's death. Now, I hate to rush off, but we have overstayed. And you still have to talk to Sweetie Belle, don't you? In which case, we'll get going. Come along, Turning.
I
when
know.
Turning Page becomes 18, he could say aloud, "I am turning 18."
Yeah, he would. I know.
I am turning in for the night.
I know I said that I don't think that she's the killer. But she still has some problems with her cheating husband.
Yeah, that's exactly where I expect the bitterness to be.
And she knows that he was cheating. He's trying to brush it off, but...
Now that's possible, but I can also see this as denial.
Yeah,
despite all the evidence, it's just psychologically rejecting, like, no, I'm not listening. That can also possible. That's why she'd be so snap and defensive.
This is this type of Chinese behavior. No, I'm not listening, I don't hear anything, no!
Oh, okay. Bye, every pony. It was nice to see you all again.
Also, Athena, they said it in front of him.
Yeah. It just makes sense that she'd be offended. Whether she was aware of it or not, I could see her being offended either way. Or at least embarrassed.
The first thing I would do is, okay, we want to talk private without your son. At least this topic.
She took that rather well, if I'm being honest. I would have expected her to be a bit more upset.
Yeah, and on the way out, they may have...
I expect her to pull out a knife and start attacking us.
That's
why I completely was open to be attacked.
Yeah. Yeah, I expected her to be a bit more upset. What is this banging outside?
It's definitely strange. Maybe she really believes that Sugar Stamp and Royal Order weren't together.
No, she wants to believe it. But she knows it's not true.
Maybe.
She's persuading herself.
Does she? I think Farah knows more about this relationship than she's letting on. Her voice didn't even carry the tiniest hint of surprise when I brought it up. Still, she's right about one thing. We do
That'd be a
have to
weird
talk
idea.
to Sweetie Belle.
What if the cloning idea was her idea?
And the what?
What if the cloning her husband was her idea?
That is a possibility. I mean, she's fairly devoted to her husband and her friends.
But I think Turning Page was in the dark about that. And they did not. Looks like they're not discussing it here, but he was the one that was surprised and
I mean,
confused.
yeah, and it was very insensitive to bring it back in front of him. Ah! Hi! You know your father just died 2 times. But he also cheated your mother.
They just said very, very close, but that could still go over his head.
Yeah.
They didn't bend down and look straight into his eyes like, this is how sex works. It didn't work that direct.
Let me talk about ponies and bees. Is that a magic dampening thing?
Yeah. And this is the first time today they managed to meet her finally.
What the?
It's a magic nullifier. They must have given it to Sweetie Belle so that she can't light her horn.
A nullifier? I don't remember Turning having one.
He must have. It was probably hidden by his mane.
I guess. Actually, come to think of it...
Oh.
So that's what that was. Hey, Sweetie Belle.
Sweetie Belle? Are you okay?
Well, here's music.
I guess.
She's totally out of it. I can't blame her, though. But I really need her to open up a bit. How can I get her to start talking? You know, Sweetie Belle, earlier today we went and visited Scootaloo.
You did? Oh, that's nice. How is she?
She's... well... she's concerned about you.
She is? Oh, you don't have to lie, Athena. I bet she really hates me right now.
But she doesn't. She really is worried. Worried about what'll happen to you.
We also talked to Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon, too. Even they were shocked that you'd been arrested.
Even Silver Spoon? I wouldn't have thought...
Yeah.
She specifically jumped to Silver Spoon.
Yeah?
It's like, yeah, I know Diamond's concerned about me all the time, but Silver? You must be joking.
You know why? Because Silver Spoon might have seen something that she didn't see. Because she has one leg still in the glasses.
And Scootaloo asked us if we'd help you. Alright, that's a start. At least she's opening up a little. We want to help you, Sweetie Belle. That's why I'd like to ask if you'd have me defend you in court tomorrow. Rarity already gave us permission, but I wanted to ask you too. But, in order for me to defend you properly, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
Do you have to? The guards have been questioning me all day. Now I know how Scootaloo felt.
We know, Sweetie Belle, but please.
Okay. I'll do my best to answer your questions.
Boss, you want to handle this?
Yeah, I'll take it from here, Athena. Sweetie Belle, do you mind telling us what you were doing 2 nights ago? Take that!
What?
There you go. This is Phoenix's special talent. He can see when someone is hiding something. And only he can see these looks. No one else.
Well, that's why he's taking over the questions then. Apparently, we're now switching to his perspective.
Yeah, we are following through this now.
There's no point in denying it, Sweetie Belle. We know you were in the forest on the night of the murder. The analysis of the blood found at the statue confirmed as such. We also know, based on the events of today's trial, that Royal Order was also there. His blood was mixed with some of yours. The question is, why was your blood spilled at that scene?
I really don't know, Mr. Wright. Maybe it was a mistake?
It definitely wasn't a mistake, Sweetie Belle. Our friend Sonata can confirm that, since she conducted the test herself along with Private Eye. But more than that, I think I have an idea as to why your blood was found at the scene.
You do?
Yeah?
I don't think you're the killer, so I doubt the victim was the one to draw your blood. Instead,
now we got green
you lost
text.
some blood thanks to... Take that! I don't suppose you recognize this.
Why did you get a Timberwolf in squad?
I see that you realize what this means. That night wasn't horrific just because of the murder. It was also horrific because it was the hunting season for Timberwolves. When you arrived at the statue, you came across the hunting party that had made off with Royal Order's body. They must have attacked you, and that's how your blood was spilled.
But that's just a guess. Being an expert doesn't make you perfect. There's always a chance a mistake could have been made with the blood analysis.
I never called myself perfect. It's not singing the song right.
She's not good at evading here. She's doing childish excuses to very obviously hiding something.
Yeah, I mean, there is no reason to hide that you were attending the Timberwolf, other than to hide the fact that you were there. We know you were there, your mother is there, so... There is no way someone just spilled your blood, put it in a bucket, and spill it outside the statue. There is no reason for that.
She's not wounded now? No scars?
Yeah, I don't see any scars though.
She's still sticking with this, huh? And the Cyclock hasn't even broken. She must generally want all of this to have been some sort of mistake. Anything to get out of here, I guess.
Besides, wasn't it said that Timberwolves leave absolutely no traces of their prey? If I was attacked by them, I'd have to be the luckiest filly on the planet to still be alive right now.
Wait. Did you say... Wait, let me go back. The Timberwolves leave absolutely no traces of their prey. Oh my god.
That's the first I heard of that. But what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that there was no trace of the other body. Only the blood.
That's a trace.
Yeah, we thought it was because of it was exploded and it disappeared, but no. It might have been because of the Timberwolf. So actually the victim defended Suitimal. And she might have been actually accusing herself that it's her fault that he died. That's why she's not saying anything. It was like, why would she hide it that she was not having the Timberwolves? There's no reason to hide it.
I'm not sure about that. You're gonna stick to the story even though it gets her in trouble? Here to what? A potential death sentence? That doesn't quite add up here.
Yeah, but this was before, she died before getting into here. Now she's in the center, she might actually tell us.
Timberwolves leave absolutely no traces of their prey? If I was attacked by them, I'd have to be the luckiest filly on the planet to still be alive right now.
And we know that there was a flag there at the moment.
Yeah.
To hide, to made them go away.
She's probably the one that did it. I would. Royal Order is possible if he was in condition to do that, but Sweetie Belle would know that trick because she learned it from the apples.
Yeah.
I'd say you were lucky, yes, but not in the way you're implying. I believe you did something to scare them away, allowing you a chance to flee.
I...
And what you did involved this piece of evidence. Take that! Private Eye discovered this helmet at Froggy Bottom Bog. It belonged to Royal Order. While the rest of the armor hasn't been found, it's likely that at one point this helmet was a part of the complete set. Royal Order was most likely wearing his full suit that night, since he had only just arrived home from Canterlot and didn't have time to change out of it. He must have died wearing it too, and the killer threw all of it into the river, where it came to rest in the bog.
But if the armor was found at Froggy Bottom Bog, what does that have to do with me? You're saying I was at the statue, right?
What is he implying? That
Is S the statue?
what?
What is this map implying here? Is S the statue?
The statue is here, and Sweetie Belle was there. That's for sure, but
I can't see what you're pointing at, so say what you're pointing at.
there's an S. That is where the statue is.
Okay, what's the R? Says
That's Royal Order.
Oh, okay.
So, did Sweetie Belle find the body of Royal Order and bang the head?
Over there, mirror pools. We're actually pretty close to Sakura's place. And Froggy Bottom Bog's way down there at the south.
Yeah.
I don't know which direction the river flows. That potentially could be important.
We don't know that.
Alright, continue.
It's true, at first glance, the fact that the armor was found at the bog doesn't seem connected to the incident at the statue. However, that assumption falls apart once we take into account that there wasn't just one Royal Order that night.
We know.
There were two. Exactly. On the night of the murder, there were two Royal Orders out looking for their son. One of them went to the forest clearing, and the other headed to the statue. Prior to that, both had been at the mirror pool, where one was created from the original. Here's the sticking point. Royal Order cloning himself without having a chance to change out of his armor means that the clone was also armored.
No, we know that.
So now he's telling us that the equipment can be copied too.
Yeah, he's assuming a lot of things. We have never confirmed this at all.
Well, if he finds a second helmet, then it might be confirmed. Especially if it has his name on it.
Yeah, we only found one, though.
Royal Order must have been killed before you arrived. That commotion would have attracted Timberwolves to the area, and the blood would have made them stay.
Okay, so what he's saying that she found Royal Order's body, and then Timber was attacked, so she started clanging on the helmet.
Timberwolves were attracted by the scent of the blood.
Yeah.
And at that point, according to his story, Royal Order was in no position to defend himself. He might have already been a corpse at that time.
Yeah.
Now, all of this could be information to Sweetie Belle. I mean, new information, too. As you said, it's possible she thinks she killed him and ran away without saving his life or something like that, not realizing he was already dead.
No, I actually first thought that Royal Order was in fact alive and saved her. But they are saying that completely different things, so it might not be the thing.
Timberwolves.
According to this story, too, it sounds like Phoenix is assuming where is Royal Order's body? It's in the stomachs of the Timberwolves, except for maybe some of the blood on the ground. Apparently, they don't get rid of all traces.
Yeah.
However, the armored...
They didn't get rid of all of the traces because they were scared away.
Yeah, they're scared away first before they finish the job.
Corpse of Royal Order was also still there. We learned from Apple Bloom earlier today that timber wolves can be frightened by the sound of a loud clang. You must have used those pieces of armor together to make a loud enough noise which would have scared the wolves away. They scratched you, but that's all they could do before you managed to frighten them off. That's how you managed to escape with your life.
And therefore her blood would be on the ground when they scratched her.
Yeah. And that's why she had the thing in the movie. I forgot the name of the thing. But she actually just put the wounds together so it's not bleeding too much.
3 more. She's tough. I'll give her that.
You're still forgetting one thing, Mr. Wright.
Oh? And what would that be?
How about the fact that I don't have any kind of injury? Huh?
we have the perfect evidence for that. Someone stole some kind of potion that heals any injury.
You saw how much blood was there. No way that came from a tiny scratch. Whoever was bleeding must have gotten cut pretty deep. A wound like that would take a long time to heal.
What? She looks proud of this.
She's proud. She's proud that she got away.
She's not helping out these people. That she's getting into more trouble. It's kind of funny that she's proud of defending a lie that's keeping her in trouble.
Yeah, she doesn't know that.
A cut or a scratch on me, then I can't have gotten hurt in the first place.
The blood alone proves.
I mean, no, in her sense, if she proves that she was not there, then she must be innocent, right?
Now the text is blue, but this happened to Athena too when she was thinking to herself.
Blue is thinking to herself.
Yeah.
The green is key words and key sentences.
Oh, okay.
You were injured, but you're clearly not accepting that. I see that I have to prove it a different way. Alright, Sweetie Belle. I'll admit that you don't have any visible wounds present on you at the moment.
See?
At the moment.
However, that doesn't mean that you weren't injured. It just means that you must have used something to heal that injury. And I know what that something is. Take that!
Most of the time, it's green when they are presenting something with saying, like, yeah, I know what that is. There you go. This is the proof.
I know it's probably classical to the series of Phoenix, right? But when he just suddenly says, take that, I can suddenly imagine her being smacked and spinning away in the room.
Take that!
I told you I knew karate!
I mean, she cannot be smashed because there is a glass between them. So.
Apparently a bunch of chains, too.
Recognize this, don't you, Sweetie Belle? This was one of Zecora's healing potions. It's a somewhat powerful one, capable of healing all kinds of wounds. The thing is, Zecora told us that it had
Wait, that's not a same way to say wounds.
Capable of healing all kinds of wounds.
Wounds!
The thing is, Zecora told us that it had recently gone missing.
Missing?
Specifically, it had gone missing sometime between when Zecora went after Screwloo and Turning, and when she was able to return to her hut today, after the trial. So it's like some pony in that time frame snuck into her house while she was gone and stole it. And that pony was you, Sweetie Belle.
Just imagine when someone finds out that you are lying, say something, and you are like, oh no! Obviously hiding that you are lying, right?
So is this the guy they keep choosing to on their team to break through a character who's holding secrets?
Yeah.
So like a thing is good at listening or hearing emotions, I guess? That's what you told me. And there's another guy here, I forget his name, but he's good at looking at tells.
Yes.
Notably, they're all here, and so they may be gathering some evidence themselves based on their observation.
No, wait. Apollo is not here. They went to the other part. Only Athena is here.
Oh,
Athena
right.
and Twilight. Remember, they went separate ways.
Well, they reconvened, though, and to compare notes.
They will. But they are not here yet. Are they?
This meeting right now is taking place after they met Turning and Fair Devotion. So I think they're all still here,
I
including
mean,
Twilight.
we will see if they are here or not.
Oh, Athena's here, because she was the one that told Phoenix to do this.
I mean, Athena was always with Phoenix.
So she's certainly here to observe this encounter,
Yeah.
and that includes listening to emotions.
Indeed.
Blood? No, we didn't find any.
Then there you go! If I was bleeding that night, then there should be blood somewhere in her house or on the path to it. If I was as injured like you say and needed some kind of healing potion, then how could I have made it to Zikora's without leaving a blood trail?
Easily, thanks to this. Take that! We found this the other day in the trash at Carousel Boutique. As you can see, it's an odd collection of leaves, vines, and branches. I recall saying that this isn't the kind of stuff Rarity would have lying around, and it probably isn't anything you'd collect either. But thanks to Zikora, I just put together what it could be used for. If you use the debris like this, you can create a crude makeshift tourniquet, perfect for stopping yourself from bleeding all over the place. I should also mention that we found blood on this debris. If we were to test it, will we find that it's yours?
Yes.
But aren't tourniquets supposed to be used on limbs? You don't know?
I mean, we don't know where you were injured. I actually suppose that because it's supposed to be used on limbs, I thought that you were injured on your limbs. You were just telling us that you were injured somewhere else.
I was assuming that too, actually.
It's your right foreleg.
Oh yeah,
Follow
she's
here,
always
notice that
touching
you always
it.
seem to touch it when you become agitated. Could it be because that's where you were injured?
You can't prove anything!
I believe I can. All I need to do is see what's under the fur on your leg. I'll bet you anything it's a large patch of healed skin.
No! Wait,
It's time to come clean, Sweetie Belle. The blood test wasn't a mistake. You were injured by those Timberwolves, bled at the Nightmare Night statue, and then fashioned a tourniquet using items taken from the forest. From there, you headed to Zikora's hut, believing that there was something in there you could use to heal your wound. And
You're
that
right.
was what happened to you in the forest that night.
Yeah, you did nothing wrong. That is a very pretty right fashion. That when they find out that you were lying, they are shouting like crazy.
Alright. And that's the glass we were referring to earlier.
Yeah.
I've almost forgotten what that's like, having my secrets exposed.
Oh yeah.
Now they're out there.
See, there's
The truth
there.
has been
Yeah, she was here.
revealed. Isn't that right, Sweetie Belle?
Yeah. Everything you said is true.
Everything? So, you were in the forest, and you were attacked, and used Royal Order's armor to scare the wolves away? But doesn't that mean you saw whatever killed Royal Order at the statue?
And besides
Well, maybe
that,
saw what at least
there are
eating
two
him.
other things we need
Yeah.
to know. Sweetie Belle, why were you in the forest in the first place? And what were you doing at the statue?
Sweetie Belle, it's important that you don't lie to us. If we are going to defend you tomorrow, we need to know everything that happened that night. Even if it's painful to remember.
Aww.
I'm sorry, every pony, but I think I want to be alone for a bit.
What? But we haven't finished asking all of our questions.
Look! The guard will be back any minute now to tell you visiting hours are over. He'll be ruder about it too.
Okay, fair enough. But even so...
And all right, fine! I accept your offer to defend me, Miss Sykes. I'll be your client.
Really?
Just leave it now.
That's good to hear.
And because I'm your client, that means you have to listen to what I want, right?
Uh-uh.
And right now, I want to be left alone! Please.
Is this all I really can do? Even after we got rid of the locks, she's still keeping quiet? Why?
Because it's painful.
See, they're all there.
Wait.
Alright. Keeping quiet?
Oh yeah, they are there. Okay.
Alright, Sweetie Belle.
What keeps going on and shows you other ponies you didn't expect to be there.
But
Turns out T-Rex was there and the Cake Twins were there. And they were all looking off to the side sad.
That must have been funny though.
Bugs Bunny was there. Okay, yeah, so there's the castle.
Yeah.
And what time? That's about 45 minutes later, I think.
Yeah. I mean, 5 p.m. is usually when they close the treasure center, so... She was not lying about basically hours being over soon.
Hey guys, we're back.
Howdy, y'all.
Whoa. You guys seem tired. Especially you, Athena. You're usually full of energy.
Well, I don't think any pony was expecting an investigation like that after today's trial.
That crazy, huh?
Understatement of the year.
Twilight! My sister! How is she?
She's fine, Rarity.
No, she's not.
We were able to get as much as we could from her about what happened on the night of the murder.
That's great! Awesome!
I mean, in a sense, she is fine. She healed her injuries. Say that. And she will rush now, immediately.
Oh, splendid! I'm sure you'll do a fantastic job defending Sweetie tomorrow.
Yeah, sure will.
What about... Wait a minute!
Objection!
What's the matter?
Why is she here?
It's a pleasure to meet every pony. My name is Sonata.
Oh yeah, Rainbow Dash doesn't know. And she, Sonata, was the one who framed Rainbow Dash in the first case of murder. So... it makes sense why she would be angry at her.
Oh! You're Sonata?
Yes, I see that may be a problem.
Oh, forgive me, darling, but we've never been formally introduced. I had it in my mind that you were a particularly malignant character. But you've been so helpful lately, What? Helpful? Her?
Rainbow, she's been helping us investigate.
My blank!
It's true, though. She's been really helpful.
She has. From what I understand, you volunteered first to help Scootaloo. Oh, and now, you've been helping us save Sweetie Belle. You certainly have my gratitude for that alone, Sonata.
It's the least I could do.
So you trust her, Rarity?
I do. I do too, sis. I've seen Miss Sonata in action. She really wants to help us.
You know, Sonata, back when you got Rainbow tied up in your mess a year ago, I was mighty peeved about what you did.
Oh. Not even angry. She was peeved. I
Yeah,
mean,
all the stuff. They cover the fool's ears and all that.
and we know from other side that being peeved is worse than being angry.
I don't
Let's see
take
the regret.
kindly to those who hurt my friends, let alone blame them for murder.
As you shouldn't.
But, well, I'd be lying if I said I wanted to hold on to this grudge forever. Rarity and Applebloom say you're helping us now. If that's true, I gotta ask, why?
Why?
Because of Mr. Wright.
You mean Phoenix? What's he gotta do with this?
Back then, during the trial, I said I didn't have any pony to protect. But then Mr. Wright asked to protect me instead. Protect me from falling deeper into a horrendous lie. I see now that that's an important thing, uncovering the truth to protect it. So many ponies lie because they were afraid of it. I used to be. But Mr. Wright taught me I shouldn't. And now I want to show others that they don't have to fear the truth. That, in fact, they should pursue it. Because in the end, the truth will help them. That's why I want to help. Because I can. And because I should.
Well, maybe you're not so bad after all, Sonata. Every pony else seems to think you're trustworthy. And it seems like you're working out the mistakes from your past. I'd say that's good enough for me to trust you.
What? You guys seriously believe her? There's no way she'd help us.
I am right here, you know.
Funny enough, Applejack sounds the least authentic to her character. Not in terms of personality, but in terms of the voice.
Yeah, it's actually hard to pull up a very good project.
Since Rainbow Dash sounds a lot closer, I'm guessing these are not the same voice actresses this time. Now here's a ghost, Rainbow Dash.
Rainbow, come on. Can't you see she's trying to atone for what she did?
Let's just calm down, okay?
But I would, you would agree that Spike is the least close to his original voice. It's not bad, just not that close.
Yeah.
No need to start getting nasty, right?
I'm not here for an argument, Miss Dash. I want to help. As much as I wish I could, I can't undo what I've done. All I can do is simply repent for my actions by helping those in need of it. I understand if you can't forgive me. But please, at least believe me when I say that I'm not the same mayor I once was.
Also, remember when I said that I hate Hungarian dubs? This is still better. This is still a lot better.
Dubs!
Yeah.
I thought you said dumps. Like the trash.
I hate dubs as well.
I don't have to believe a word you say, and I never will! Come on, Squirt, let's go! But don't tell me you're buying this too! She's a liar, kid! And a criminal! She's the one who set me up last time!
Rainbow. Should I bring up Rainbow Falls? Which was actually canon.
There's also the issue of the currently accused.
But I believe her! She offered to defend me, and now she's helping us fight for Sweetieville too! So please, trust her! Please, Rainbow Dash?
Rainbow?
The rest of you might have fallen for her lies, but I won't! So I'll catch you guys later, when you've ditched her!
I mean, we can't really blame her. for this. She was almost she almost went to jail because of this, and jail is only the safest of punishments. She used to have been punished to the moon because of murder, which never happened. It was an accident.
That couldn't have gone any worse.
So much anger and a
Well,
twinge of
she could have
sadness.
pulled out an Uzi and started spraying.
Because nobody shares the same feelings as her, I wonder?
It may have been better had I simply not accompanied you all here.
No, it's not your fault, Sonata. She just needs time to forgive, I mean.
Is every pony okay?
Hey, Fluttershy. Yeah, we're
It's
all
the
right,
first time I've seen her in
thanks.
this story, and her hair looks a little different. Well, now it's better.
Because it was the other way around. But I see an animation error on it a bit. I stopped on the worst frame. Do you see her eye poking out of her forehead?
No.
Right where her mace starts.
Her main starts. But not in this frame that you posted. She looks fine.
Oh. No, it's not. I'm fine. Animation errors happen in the main story as well, in the weekend episode, so...
Yeah. Alright. So I
We
see.
saw Rainbow Dash flying away, and she was very mad. She looks like she was going to explode, and not in a happy, I'm so excited way.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Fluttershy, now that you're here, we need you to talk to a cat.
Yeah, what?
Now that you're here, Fluttershy, we need you to talk to a cat.
Yeah.
Where have you two been, by the way? You disappeared right after the trial, Fluttershy. And Pinky, we haven't seen you since yesterday. And you both look exhausted, which is saying a lot for you, Pinky.
Oh, you think?
I'm not eating enough sugar today.
I can believe Pinky is preparing a celebration. For when everybody gets getting out of the Treasure Center.
Well, it's Hearts and Hooves Day, so yeah, I can excuse Pinky for sure.
What about Fluttershy?
Oh,
You know how
no
it is,
excuse for her.
Fly. Every pony's busy these days.
That doesn't answer my question, though.
Yeah, Twilight, everybody is missing these days. So you shouldn't force them to be in your school that you don't even keep an eye on.
She doesn't have a school yet.
Yeah, but later she will.
At that time, I don't know how they fit their schedules like that. Except I do know they take turns.
Yeah.
A glass of juice for 'em. They look parched.
Yes, I could do with a drink myself, darling. If it's not too much trouble, of course.
No, it's fine. Just give me a minute. Athena?
Yeah, Twilight?
Why don't we fill every pony in on where we're at with the investigation?
I thought you would. She was gonna call everyone, Athena, to the kitchen. Why don't we fill everyone some orange juice or something?
Let's fill everyone in except for Rainbow Dash because...
Right. Better than lingering on what just happened, I guess. So, we know a lot more about the victim, as well as several other relevant ponies involved in this case. Royal Order, Fair Devotion, Sugar Stamp. I think I finally have a handle on all of them now.
That's great! Just what I'd expect from a lawyer who can save two ponies at once.
Huh.
But I don't know what to think of Sweetie Belle.
Huh? What do you mean, Miss Sykes?
I just don't know what to do. I'm not convinced that I can even trust her after everything that's happened.
Well, why not? I mean, yeah, she's been fibbing a bit, but that don't mean you can't trust her about this.
I'm sorry, Apple Bloom, but if I'm going to win in tomorrow's trial, I need to be able to completely trust in my client.
This is the face that I was waiting for from Apollo. From Phoenix.
This is Phoenix. I'm looking at
From
it.
Phoenix, yeah. This is something that Alcina learned probably after this in the game. That she has to first believe in her client, no matter what. Phoenix has to learn this. Apollo has to learn this as well.
Are you saying they have the same problem?
Yes.
So, don't worry.
Okay.
I'm still going to defend
No. Athena is the youngest of them all. So she has not learned this yet.
Okay.
Sweetie Belle.
Learn what?
It's just going to be a little bit harder, is all.
Oh, I can't thank you enough, Miss Sykes, for agreeing to this, despite the circumstances.
You're welcome, Rarity.
Athena,
Yeah, boss?
can I have a word with you?
Sure, what's up? It's never a good sign when your boss wants to talk.
Let's talk in this corner of the room.
Okay.
Where it's more
about
acoustic.
today's trial and this case. I can see that you're trying to prove yourself in some way.
Yeah, I guess I am.
This whole doing everything by yourself attitude, I want you to drop it. Now.
Huh?
You haven't really been hiding it, Athena. You took on a case with 2 defendants at the same time and wanted to do it completely alone. And while I was content to support you, today has made me realize that your mind is in the wrong place.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like I said, wanting to do everything by yourself. It's causing more harm than good, and will continue to do so if you keep forcing yourself like this.
You mean like when I thought I had to accuse Sakura, don't you?
Yeah.
I didn't know Twilight was standing there too.
Yeah, try listening in.
And then they just flashed her puppet like, oh, by the way, I'm here too.
How am I supposed to get any better? Both you and Apollo are amazing defense attorneys, and then there's me, limping behind.
Okay, this is definitely first case Athena, but she hasn't got anything.
Okay.
Athena?
I just want to be a good attorney. One I can be proud of. One you can be proud of. One that can take on cases without having to rely on everyone's help like you.
Athena, I don't know what sort of image you have of me in your head, but that couldn't be further from the truth.
Huh?
Sure, I may be able to stand at the bench by myself from time to time, but
Furnish needed the most of the hand holding in the games. Literally, every case he has been in, somebody helped him win the case. Yeah, I think every one of them. Somebody had to come in and see if he does.
But that doesn't mean I don't ever need help. No matter the trial, there is always an ally to be found somewhere. There might be a friend by my side, a prosecutor who wants to make the truth known, a witness willing to give an honest testimony, or a fair judge. So you see, I'm rarely, if ever, alone in the courtroom.
I don't know, Mr. Wright. It's easy for you to say that, but I feel like if I don't at least try things by myself sometimes, I won't get anywhere.
Let me tell you something.
Won't get any experience points.
Yeah.
That's what she sounds like. Like if I face my battles with a team, I'll have to divide the experience between all of you, and I'll barely gain a level. Like it'll take a long time. Whereas if I solo the monster, I'll get all the experience and catch up more quickly. It's kind of the way she seems to be phrasing this.
Yeah. But you know, in some games, when you are partying up, you get experience bonus.
Experience what?
Bonus.
Moles?
Bonus.
Bolus?
Bonus, yeah.
What's a bolus?
Let me write it down for you. He will there you go.
Oh, looks like I had a few other messages while I was watching this.
It's on me.
Bonus! Alright. Alright, okay. Got it.
One trial where I was truly alone, and how it turned out.
Wait, you don't mean...
Wait, which case?
I do. I'm talking about the trial that got me disbarred.
Oh yeah.
You were disbarred?
I was.
I know you mentioned that you were disbarred, but you never actually gave the reason for it. I didn't want to pry.
Thank you, Twilight. It's not a very pleasant memory.
What happened?
I was there by myself. No co-counsel. The prosecutor was a complete stranger, and one that didn't trust me either. The star witness cared more about their own affairs than giving a decent testimony. Of course, I didn't think much of it. I was arrogant, and I thought I could handle all of it. And in the end, I paid the price.
What was it that caused you to get disbarred?
I presented forged evidence.
And knowingly presented no false evidence. Which is worse.
What? No, that had to have been a mistake.
It was. Mr. Wright didn't know about it at all. He thought it was a legitimate piece of evidence.
Except I had no proof I didn't know. So they stripped me of my badge regardless.
I had no idea about any of that. I mean, I knew you were disbarred. We met when you weren't a lawyer after all, but I can't believe it.
And then there was the time I met Apollo.
What? Me?
Well, you defended me, remember? And what I had to do in order to trap the one responsible for me losing my badge.
Mr. Wright, do we need to bring that up?
What are you talking about? Bring what up?
When he was my attorney, I gave Apollo evidence to use in his first trial, to force the killer to admit to the crime. Only this time, it was evidence I really did forge.
Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Yes, sadly. Do you see my point, Athena? How one mistake made while trying to go it alone can lead you down a path you never imagined yourself going down? One you still regret to this day? Because the truth is,
By the way, that flash means all of those ponies are still there and listening to this conversation. So why go to the corner here as if this is a private thing? Everyone's still there. In fact, the only ones that seem to be missing might be the CMC.
They might be here as well.
Even Spike is there, writing all this down and preparing to send a letter to Princess Celestia.
Hey Celestia, you know that lawyer who you summoned? He used false evidence.
You'll make a similar
So she gets an exclamation point above her head, and then goes like, "You know what, Luna? You need to see this."
I understand. Thank you, boss.
Also, I actually mixed the evidence from the second one. I don't know which fake evidence he used in the first time when he was mod. I know about the card that he forged.
Oh, you're referring to the first case, the other case where he submitted for forged evidence but was unaware of it, and you forgot what that was?
Yeah.
All right.
It might actually be the card as well. Because those two cases are actually in the same manner.
Right.
They are linked together.
I'm sorry to have been so boneheaded.
It's okay, Athena.
I mean it though. I can tell that you're being serious.
I'm a real whirlwind of emotions right now, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I've never seen or heard you like this before. So I promise that I'll take what you said to heart. For Mr. Right to reveal something like that, I can't go against what I've just said. So that's it. No more self-pity. No more stubbornness. No more.
Sorry for making things a little awkward, everyone.
Okay.
Ain't
Athena
nothing
gained a
you gotta
level.
I mean, yeah, we went away a little bit, but you still have everything.
apologize for, Phoenix. Talking about something like that takes courage. It's mighty admirable.
It's getting quite late. I think I'd better be off for now.
Oh, no.
Okay. It's about to be
Don't worry,
February
Sonata.
15th.
You can stay here.
Yeah.
It's fine. I have a room at the Hay and Stay Hotel.
Wow! You're a regular at that place, aren't you?
When I'm not in prison, at least. I do enjoy it there, admittedly.
I reckon we're gonna head off too.
Better than prison, I guess.
These two gals are gonna be at the trial tomorrow. They'll need some shut-eye. Ready, you two?
Sure thing, sis. Uh-huh.
Wait.
Yeah, those are the only two who didn't hear that conversation.
Scootaloo is staying at AJ? I mean, yeah, now we know what is happening in the canon metaphor, the canon story, but in this it seems she's staying at AJ.
See you all
It just
tomorrow.
pause it. Just putting this forward in case this does come up later on. What if Rainbow Dash is out there doing something that's going to cause trouble for this case later on?
She probably is.
If she does, the motive is clear.
You know what's the problem? We talked about foreshadowing, right? That's a
She's
ago.
about to. What she's going to do is park a rain cloud above her, and then she's going to kick it, and then will cause a lightning flash, and then give that lady a hiccups.
Huh?
And then she's like, "Ha! Got you! Now we're even."
No, but she might
you're-
actually plan some of it herself.
Yeah. That was something that occurred to me.
Good night, you two. Sleep well.
I'd like to stay for a little longer. If that's okay.
No worries, Fluttershy. What about you, Pinky? No party, I'm
There's
afraid.
plenty of room in her castle. She should make this a hotel.
Yeah.
You're a bit too tired for it.
That's A-okay.
Also, I have no idea why they didn't use the castle as a school. They could have done that easily. It's not building a new one.
We can have fun in other ways. Just tell me how the trial went. I hope you're ready for a long story, Pinky. Yay! It can be right past my bedtime story.
Maybe tell her about something else, Trucy.
Huh?
Today wasn't my finest hour, Pinky. I made a pretty wild accusation towards someone and blamed them for something they clearly didn't do.
Oh, well, I know what that's like. It's no fun when that happens. But hey, you know better now, right? And you're sorry about it, so no pony's gonna hold it against you. Trust me.
You're right. Thanks, Pinky.
I think for a second there I heard the voice actor's real voice. And it's a lonely Panda Pinky.
I'll be heading back to Carousel Boutique, darlings. I tried to clean it up as best as I can after today's incident, but I won't be satisfied until it's spotless.
Just relax for now, Rarity. You had a rough day.
I'll accompany
You
you,
didn't
Miss
saw
Rare.
much about that
My hotel is
break
on
in
the
at
way.
your boutique.
Yeah.
Oh, you're ever so kind, Sonata. Thank you. Good night, every pony. I'll speak to you tomorrow at the trial.
I should
She looks at the
probably
others
get
and
some sleep
says,
too.
I guess I'm a pony now.
2 trials back to back is pretty rough, and tomorrow probably won't be any easier.
But there's enough time left in the video to convince myself that maybe the trial will start this video. It's either that or they'll meet together, talk about the trial, and then
We
we're
don't
about
know.
we're about 3/4 of the way through this
Yeah.
video.
Me and Mike, I'm gonna
What?
get some more tea.
It's still February 14th, and now we don't know the time.
What? I didn't
But-
hear you.
Look at it. It's still February 14th, except now we don't know the time.
Yeah, it's sometime before midnight.
Actually, we don't even know the location. Except for a guess.
Someone might be breaking in. Who knows?
Hmm.
So give me a second.
Okay.
Hey, sorry, I'm back. Okay, you are here as well.
What does it say in your shirt? Pamion is not something.
Emergency food.
Okay. What's a Pamion?
That's the name of this little creature right here.
What kind of Pokemon?
Paimon. No. It is a creature. It is I mean, can I call it human? They call him. They call him fairy. So it's a fairy from Genshin Impact.
Ready when you are.
Let's see what happens at some time.
What? Where am I? Is this Twilight's castle? Hello? Is any pony there?
Maybe it's a
That's
dream
strange.
caused by Luna.
Where is everyone?
Maybe.
I could have sworn we all went to bed together. Oh, Twilight, thank goodness. Do you know where everyone went?
How could you?
Huh?
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Twilight?
How could you not listen to me? I thought we were friends. Don't you trust me?
Twilight, what are you talking about? Of course I do.
You accuse Sakura!
Yeah, it is definitely a nightmare.
Because you hate her too!
Oh. It might actually be Luna coming in to save her.
Applebloom, no!
It would be out of character for her to cause this, unless she was actually Nightmare Moon.
No, it's she's not causing it. She's gonna come in and shoot her dreams.
Probably. But can you imagine Nightmare Moon doing the opposite? Taking good dreams and infecting them with a nightmare.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah. One that's not occurring now.
Her sleight of hand will save you from this mistake.
Apollo! Trucy! Wait, let me explain. I was just...
To think I once believed you'd take us into a new age of law. I regret ever having met you, ever having given you a chance.
These guys are something that Phoenix would never say.
Sure, but could you at least see Athena owns insecurity with saying that to herself?
Yeah. In the beginning, she was very insecure, and she is here. So
Notice this. In this case, you're nothing but a screw up is crossed out.
yeah.
Boss, please!
Screw up. Screw up. Screw
Get out of my head! Get out of my head! Get out of my head!
Yeah, Luna came here.
Princess Luna? What are you doing here in Twilight's castle? Shouldn't you be back in Canterlot?
I should, but I am not. And neither are you in Twilight's castle.
Actually, she might be. I thought you slept there.
Actually, yeah. Actually, she's.
Consider
And
Athena.
furthermore, this dream is taking place in Twilight's castle.
Yeah,
So
in
either
some
way,
cases, she is in there.
The others have randomly disappeared, save for a select few of your friends, who began without warning to harass and taunt you.
Yeah, that was a little strange.
It was more than a little strange. It was completely out of character for them, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, wait. You're right! Boss has never been that mean before, but why was he...
There's an easy explanation for this, Athena. What you saw, what you heard, wasn't real. It was all in your mind. You were having a nightmare.
Nightmare? You mean I'm dreaming?
That is correct.
But wait. Then what are you doing here? Are you part of my dream too?
Yes.
Sheesh. Dreaming about the prosecutor? That can't be a good sign.
No, Athena. You did not dream me into existence. I am in fact as real as you are.
Then...
I'm dreaming too.
Let's just change cyanide. Luna. Isn't her eyes bigger in this one than from the front?
I can accept it. Yes, her eyes might be wired at this moment, but it's not like large in their skull or anything unbelievable.
Yeah, it was strange. I just never saw them before.
I am the Princess of the Night. Among the other powers afforded to me, it's my duty to watch over every pony's dreams.
Wait!
My sister tried it, and she was very mad at it.
You literally go into people's dreams?
On a nightly basis, yes. From this dreamscape, I can enter the subconscious of anyone.
Also, think about this. She's still awake. And there has been 2 consequent prosecution cases where she is prosecuting the case. She might have not slept for 3 days by now.
Do you think there's any chance that Athena's going to ask Luna that if you can enter other people's dreams, does that include knowledge of who the culprit is?
I mean, yeah, but she would have to go through all of them, one by one. And
right, but do you think Athena would ask that, now that she learned this information?
No. No.
Okay.
she's not thinking that far.
Right.
Most of the time, it is to dispel the nightmares that sometimes plague this realm. Nightmares like the one you had, in fact.
Then, what you said in court, when you said you deal with psychological issues every night. This is what you meant?
Indeed it is. All ponies dream, and all have their share of nightmarish scenarios and make-believe manifestations of their inner doubts and anxieties.
But this actually answered one of my questions if you could get into other humans' names.
Yeah, according to the story, she can do that. But here's the question. Hold on. Can she do that only because Athena is in Equestria? Like
Probably in Equestria, yeah.
Yeah, what if Athena goes back to her world?
There is no magic in that one. I mean, there is, but there is no unicorn magic. So
Completely write it off in the realm of dreams. I mean, that still might be a bridge crossover. But for now, we're leaning on no.
Wait, thinking about Equestria Girls, then she might be able to. Because, you know, in Equestria Girls, Twilight brought the unicorn magic with her to the
It could be a
human world.
different issue. Look at this. Say that Luna could do this, that she could cross over to the Earth realm and start protecting dreams there too. But it's not her duty to. She's there to guard Equestria.
Yeah, she would not do it, but
So
she could.
if you just spread the net to anyone on Earth as well, why not keep going and include all the aliens and everywhere in the universe? That is a very, very large pond, which is a huge duty and psychological burden for Luna. So I say that even if she's capable of stretching that far, she'll need to be in a significantly higher consciousness to be able to handle that.
She even needed a break from doing this in the main story. Remember when she actually went to sleep at one point.
Yeah. She looked cute while she was sleeping.
To combat them so that the dreamers may dream in peace.
That's incredible. Luna must be extremely powerful to be able to banish any and all nightmares. Hang on. You say you can enter anyone's dreams. I've been here in Equestria for a few days, so why haven't I seen you until now?
Because I have been stalking you. I didn't show myself because I didn't need to.
Okay, she can reflect her own question. Did you have a nightmare before tonight?
Yeah. Knowing Athena, she probably had.
Okay.
Because before the second chapter, she always had nightmares every night.
Oh, alright.
I try my best to only intercede when the nightmares are of an incredibly tumultuous sort, Athena. It would be an immense invasion of privacy were I to step willy-nilly into some pony's subconscious whenever I felt like it. Though, that does not mean I am limited in what I can do and see while in the dreamscape. In fact, it is here that I was able to determine I would be facing you and Twilight in the trial.
So we couldn't even keep that from you, could we?
I detect a note of bitterness in your voice, Athena. Is something the matter?
No, of course not.
Did you notice in this line? She is using Athena's talent against herself.
Okay.
Is something the matter?
No, of course not, Princess.
You know why? She is not limited in her name. In the namescape.
Luna, I was just... Well, actually, yeah. There is something that's been bothering me.
Perhaps talking about it may help. That is the psychological thing to do, yes?
Yeah, but it's a bit awkward.
And why's that?
Well, it's about you, Princess Luna. Not only did you know about Twilight and me being the defense, but you also actively kept us out of the loop when it came to your motives during the trial. More than that, you told Scootaloo and Turning Page to not tell us anything. It wasn't until halfway through the trial that I realized that everything you were doing was in order to help them. You kept dropping hints, trying to guide me to a specific argument, while still keeping me on a leash and rebutting every argument I made. You definitely knew more than you let on. And what Equity said. I guess I just don't understand what you were doing. I can tell you're trying to help us, but how does keeping us in the dark accomplish that? Or were we working towards the same goal?
Yeah, this is something that was questioned for Nightmare Moon as well. Why are you keeping us in the dark?
As far as the first assumption is, were we working towards the same goal? I assumed that from the very beginning.
Yeah.
I don't think she just barged into this case demanding to be the prosecutor so that she can put Turning Page on the cross.
No.
You know? That's really, really not her. In fact, I kind of think she took the case to ensure justice occurs in the right way and didn't trust any other prosecutor to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe getting to the truth would be that difficult.
I believe so also.
Right from the start, I feel like Luna was a secret ally of Athena.
That's even a secret. She was showing all the time that, yeah, I am on the same side as you, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna let you accuse everybody you want to.
Right now, though, she's getting a chance to pour out her feelings about her doubts because of, first of all, the case, and second, what that other lady. Oh man.
It's the other one, this is actually a private space, not like police pulling her on the side of the room and everybody still hearing.
It really may be that Luna actually does know who's guilty too. Therefore, she also knows who's innocent.
Knowing who the culprit is and proving the culprit are two different things.
Right. There's an official channel for the law in terms of proving it. Because just say she skips the answer and go like, okay, I know who did it. It was that person over there. Okay, and then the judge goes like, why? Because I saw it in her dreams. Who's going to cry objection after that? It might be the judge.
I can tell you, in the Phoenix Wright games, they are not now, but in the beginning, they were like, there's a little intro scene, and they actually show who the culprit is. So you as a player always know who the culprit is. You just have to prove that it is him.
I don't know how honest Luna is going to be now. I think enough to be a psychological comfort, but I don't think she's going to be just dishing out answers right away here. Instead, I kind of think she's going to say in a veiled way, we are on the same side.
Yeah, this space actually tells me everything. That you are still doubting me that I am on the same side, same goal. I have the same goal as you.
What that face looks like is annoyed but attentive.
Yeah.
Were we both trying to save Scootaloo and Turning Page?
I had a feeling this conversation would happen sooner or later. And before you ask, no, it is not because I saw it in your dreams.
I actually wasn't thinking that.
I understand you're frustrated with me. My answer is a bit complicated, but I shall attempt to explain. My reason for withholding information from you and Twilight Sparkle had nothing to do with being the prosecutor. It had to do with me being unsure of both of you.
Unsure of both of us?
I am familiar enough with Twilight Sparkle to know she means well, but you, I must confess, are a complete stranger. I knew of your connection to Phoenix Wright, but as to your heart, I was unsure. I, regrettably, did not know if I could trust both of you, not only to work together, but to work with me as well. As such, I thought it pertinent to keep you at hoof's length. Even so, I also knew I had to rely on the two of you to free both Scootaloo and Turning Page. Thus, I attempted to act in such a way as to guide you to proving their innocence, without giving away that I was trying to do so.
You mean, you knew they were innocent?
From the very beginning. And I believed if you followed my guidance, that would inevitably be proven.
But why all the secrecy? Why not just tell the judge that you knew they were innocent? Why keep being the prosecutor?
Because then the truth will not come out if you just say that, oh yeah, these are innocent. Now who is the killer?
That and the defender's position got taken.
Yeah. No, every defender needs a good offense. And the other way around as well.
Well, there's an alternative. You can get a bad offense. Some other prosecutor who will guide you away from the truth.
Yep.
Because they're greedy, or they're an idiot, or they're egocentrical. That is not Luna's motives. I think she came to this court to ensure success. They're sort of playing both sides of the court, right? Right. So either way, it's going to lead to the truth.
You know what? I was laughing because you actually listed all of the prosecutors in the 35 cases.
So, yes, I'm talking about traits that other prosecutors did have.
Yeah, the greedy one, the idiot.
Then we're looking at a rare case here for this one, where
No, it's not rare, but
the prosecutor's a secret ally.
yeah, in the 35 games, there are like who are secretly allies. So
All right, so it's happened too. Sounds like it's maybe rare, but it does happen.
yeah. Even Felix even mentioned that one of the prosecutors helped him.
Okay.
It is one of those situations where my hooves were tied before I had begun to unravel the mystery itself. You will recall, no doubt, what I said during the beginning of the trial about the original prosecutor being allocated elsewhere?
Yes?
Before they'd managed to build such a case against Turning and Scootaloo that I could not merely drop the charges held against them. It may have been deemed suspicious or represent a conflict of interest. The judge might have thought I held an unfair bias towards the defendants and would have chosen to appoint another.
She's also saying that had she not stepped in, that prosecutor might have won.
Yeah.
To imprison Scootaloo and Turning Page because the case was just too good. And furthermore, she's saying, I didn't trust you, Athena.
Yeah.
So had I allowed the original prosecutor to go forward, you might not have been skilled enough to win against this person.
Yeah, I think Athena would have lost the case if it wasn't for Luna.
That's
So
basically what I thought from the very start. As soon as I saw it was her on that side of the stand, I kind of knew why. At least in general motivation. I trust her to do the right thing, so. And I even trust her to have special insight into the truth that could give her an advantage in court.
it's literally the case of you don't trust me because I don't trust you.
Okay.
Other prosecutor, one who did not harbor my sympathies.
In which case, Turning and Scootaloo might have been found guilty in the end.
Quite right. My only available course of action was to take on the case as the lead prosecutor and hope that, despite the odds being stacked against you, you could find the truth. Even if I wasn't sure I could trust you, I wanted to believe that you could do that. I am glad to discover my anxieties were greatly misplaced. Still, I cannot take back what I have done. My decision not to trust you was my own, and it could very well have hurt your case. And it is with significant guilt that I say, were I facing Phoenix Wright in court instead, I doubt I would have treated him as I treated you. For that, I am truly sorry, Athena.
I mean, it makes sense. That she is a complete stranger, she is here for the first time, and she took the case on her own.
Well, she sort of didn't trust the prosecutor, or maybe trusted him to be too successful.
I'm curious who the prosecutor would have been. Wait. I think I know who the prosecutor would have been.
My only guess right now is Blue Blood, but otherwise I don't know, and I even suspect we're never going to find out. But what do you think?
It was supposed to be Equity.
Okay.
She had a case against the children, and then Luna took over. remember all the things that she said about Luna? That, oh
Yeah.
no, she's holding back and everything, that she's lying.
Yeah, don't trust Luna and all that. Alright.
Being forced to continue the prosecution's case despite not initially wanting to, and regretting having to do what you thought was necessary when, in the end, it ended up hurting people. I can definitely relate to that. Huh. Who would have thought I'd relate to two princesses? Princess Luna?
Yes, Athena?
Something I've been told all throughout this case, and especially after today's trial, is that we have to move on from our mistakes at some point or another. We can't be bogged down by what we've done. We can only learn and hope to do better, or try to do better. And we can only hope we don't make the same mistake twice. I understand what you did and why you did it. I wish you didn't, but I get it. And I'm willing to set that aside. If it means, together, we can find the truth about what happened to Royal Order.
I believe Phoenix Wright would be proud to hear you say that, Athena. And I would very much like to work with you too, in order to discover the truth. Though I understand if you still have reservations about trusting me.
Actually, there may be a way to address those reservations.
Really?
I don't really know if you can give me any answers about this, but recently we learned something interesting about Royal Order. During the trial, both you and Private Eye said that, while he was an excellent member of the Royal Guard, there was nothing all that significant about his position or status. But that wasn't the whole truth, was it? We found out that he was meant to be the next captain of the Royal Guard. That seems highly indicative of not only his abilities, but his reputation in the ranks.
I mean, she might not have been lying about that. He doesn't have anything, any stage about his rank right now. But if he stayed alive, he would have been the captain.
Makes me wonder what was his rank when he died.
He might have been just a normal guard. A normal rear guard.
Just a stormtrooper?
Yeah.
With maybe better aim?
Maybe the first stormtrooper who hit the enemy.
No. I get it. First, he was a stormtrooper, but then he became a clone trooper.
Ah.
Leveled up.
But you and Private Eye saw fit to hide
Trust me, that is
information from
progress.
not just us, but the general public as well. Why?
I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. It is not out of mistrust for you, however. It is of a nature far more sensitive than I am at liberty to say.
Oh.
I see.
Let me
To
come
be
back.
honest, I suspected that. This seems like too huge of a detail to just sweep under the rug over a matter of trust. But what could be her reason?
However, if you really are interested in knowing, then I suggest you and the rest of your team stay in Equestria once this case is over.
Stay? Even longer? Not that I would mind, but Apollo and the agency.
That being said, how did you know he was supposed to be the next captain?
Oh, Sempony told us about it. The Lawkeeper?
Lawkeeper Equity.
Yeah? I guess you know of her since she's part of the High Council.
We've met a few times. Was there anything else she told you?
Well, she talked about her lack of trust in others, and how trust is naive. And that made me think about what's going on now with regards to Sweetie Belle. I'm not sure if I can fully trust her. All throughout this case, Sweetie's been hiding something, and...
Hey, Athena. You are literally saying the same thing that Luna said about you. She was never sure that she could trust you. Was this truth? That you were like, oh no, you are not trusting me, you are not telling me anything. Sweetie Belle would do the same thing and not tell you anything because you are not trusting her.
Even though she accepted my help, it's like she isn't sure she wants the truth to be known. And if that's the case, then how can I put my trust in her if she won't put her trust in me? I think what Lockkeeper Equity said is really getting to me.
To have a belief that extreme, to think trusting others is a mark of naivete, it must have come out of some profound personal injury or sense of injustice. I suppose I can sympathize. I myself was once overcome by a bitterness so encompassing, it transformed me.
Nightmare Moon.
But still, I believe you must, if nothing else, trust that in the end, the truth will be found. Never mind what the Lawkeeper has said.
I know, but it's hard sometimes. Like stumbling around in the dark hoping you'll find a light switch. Except you don't know if the room you're in even has one.
Trust is a leap of faith, Athena. That's all it ever is. Nevertheless, I can say with certainty that Sweetie Belle is not the culprit.
That's what I want to believe too. But then, who else could it be?
It is likely the other ponies involved. Either Fair Devotion, or Sugar Stamp, or perhaps even both.
I have never once thought about that. Also, to answer your question, it is an easy answer. I mean, you actually see him. But wait.
Well, 2 murders and 2 suspects. It's kind of what she's alluding to here. I'm starting to think that, based on this presentation, she does not, that is to say, Luna does not know who the culprit is. She's only certain that it's not Sweetie Belle.
Yes. Give me a second. Let me.
And fair enough. If she cannot spy into the mind, at least for the moment, of the true culprit, says, "I wish I didn't kill him," something like that. Then yeah, Luna could be in the dark too.
There we go. There you go. There he is. What's going on with me?
What about his color?
Connor was asking what color I would be if I was a pony.
Ha! Okay. Well, sure, but that's kind of ambiguous, being a shapeshifter.
I mean, yeah, I showed the pony version.
Yeah, he does have a chance to change that color, right?
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, it
There's
makes
probably
sense.
a lot of ponies that'd be jealous of that.
I mean, they have died. And we are almost through the whole thing.
He could make an excellent spy or an actor for that.
This is stupid. They are thinking that, maybe most the mother and,
Here's another possibility she did not submit. What if it's neither of them?
Yeah, it's probably neither of them.
This machine.
Yeah, there is a Pokemon. Yeah, I know.
Would have more reason to kill Royal Order than Sweetie Belle. And yet, something about that seems off to me. I feel like I'm missing some vital clue.
Yeah, there's a vital clue that he loved the victim. They wouldn't kill him.
Unfortunately, Athena, I believe it is time that I depart. The dreamscape is vast, and I must continue my duties in protecting it.
Right. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you, Princess Luna.
No, Athena. Thank you for showing me I can trust you to find the truth in any way you can.
Find the truth, huh? In any way I can.
See, I was in Twilight's castle.
Yeah?
But you know what? Princess Luna is in another castle.
She might not be in the castle, for all we know.
Probably is, and I can't even think of which one. Wow, it's probably still February 14th.
Is Athena going
From the
around?
sound of it, it's a human walking. Hooves will make a different sound. Wow.
It's fine. I have a room and the He and Stay Hotel. Hmm?
Well, I remember which pony said she was going to go there, to that hotel. The one that Rainbow was upset about, too?
Yeah, Rainbow might go 1 minute. Wait, Rainbow was not here when she said that.
Yeah, she's
What?
not. But I'm talking about the pony that Rainbow was upset at. She went to that hotel that I'm thinking Athena went to. Check on something.
Yeah, just in case, I'm gonna mute this. Because the song might be in some trouble. It's a very nice song, and you can listen to it on the actual video. But I'm not risking anything.
Holy shit. This video is almost 5 hours long.
I mean, yeah.
I guess I'm not too shocked, but I figured it was going to be at least 1 more hour above the video's length.
Yeah, we can think about number of time, most of the time. And
Not at all. You know, I wasn't going to work either, and it sounds like you had the time off. So good day, to do this, and likely projecting this knowledge forward. Whenever your next day off is probably the better time to do something like this again.
I mean, it's tomorrow, but tomorrow you are going to work, don't you?
No, not work, but game night.
Oh.
Yeah, playing D&D with a bunch of family, and they only do it on Saturdays. Saturday night, that is. Thank you for the reminder. I was planning to tell you that.
Yeah, it's a good thing that I didn't tell anything. There is still a lot of mysteries. They are very good at keeping us in the dark.
First few episodes, you saw this particular arc done many years ago.
Also, don't even start opening new videos. YouTube. Let me actually see. Where is, how long is the next one?
Here's something else I'm curious.
1.5 hours.
What was the longest video you ever did on YouTube? It probably was some video game, right? Some Let's Play?
It might have been Undertale, which was still on YouTube. On Twitch, there was some, which was like 20 hours or something.
20 hours?
Yeah.
Cover me impressed then. Jeez. That's a heck of a marathon.
I mean, it was personal, so 20 hours is nothing in the game.
Actually, I would say it's a decent length for a video game.
But yeah, I don't know when we are gonna continue, because tomorrow you are going to the thing, the game night. The next day after I am working in the morning.
Got a couple suggestions of something you could do tomorrow then. Maybe record another reaction to MLP, but you also were trying to do some edits, I think.
Yeah, I will probably edit. And I
there
will
you go.
probably record maybe as well, so that's fine.
Well, since you have a day off, you may have plenty of extra time to, potentially do both if you wish. So
So
a
in
question
1,
about
2,
you.
I'm home in 3 days.
Is your work schedule normally erratic?
Yeah, it is.
I see. Okay.
It's terrible. I got used to it, but it's terrible.
Well, I don't normally have obligations, and I guess even what I'm doing tomorrow is optional, but a lot of people would be disappointed if I don't show up, so I try to do that. But it's the one thing I normally do in a week that others rely upon.
It's absolutely fine.
My point is, every other day I'm open, as long as I'm awake at that time.
From what do we start? From Monday to... So, Monday you are not available, Tuesday you are. Or something like that?
It's tomorrow. I have the game night.
Yeah.
But everything after that, until the next week after that, is I'm wide open. As long as I'm awake at that time.
But yeah, we can talk about this a little bit later on Discord. I'm gonna stop on the stream. So we can talk about when we are gonna do this. And obviously you guys will see it pop up on YouTube when I schedule it. So see you next time. Bye guys.